In a distant kingdom, in the palace of the Dragon Queen, the elder said that the emperor died without telling them who he would pass the throne to. One of the sons said that the throne would go to him. His father loved him most when he was alive, but the second son decided that he would not stand aside and said that the throne would be his. He saved their country during the war. But the third son was the most severe and told his brothers directly that the throne was his. He was the eldest. The brothers began to argue, and suddenly Chen came and told them to shut their mouths. After all, the throne was his. The brothers got angry after his words and said that he was a non-entity and wanted the throne for himself. He wanted power, but he didn't have it. He wanted might, but he didn't have it. Hasn't he woken up yet? Su knew in his heart that he had come all the way as a useless prince, but he had received a system. How dare these scumbags steal the throne from him? The system immediately appeared and said that he couldn't do anything here. With him, he could easily take the throne. The emperor's eldest son told Su that he was a court servant. He was born a scumbag. He only received some blood from his father through his mother. Why did he want to fight for the throne? The eldest son raised his hand and said that he saw that Su was thirsting for death. Su smiled and asked, "For what purpose?" "Of course he relies on strength," and immediately pointed his fist at the eldest son. Su ordered the system to exit, but the system showed that it was updating. Let him try later. Su realized that he was in trouble because he had been outplayed by the system. His eldest son hit him with his fist, and the boy flew several meters away. The eldest son shouted that Su was worthless, and why didn't he want to go to Chu and become their prisoner? Half a month later, in the Chu Imperial Palace, the 9th Princess Chu Yanran asked her brother to come and play with her. Su was very happy after such words and said that a hostage with such privileges is very cool. At that very moment, Su threw away all the things inside himself and ran towards Yanran with a joyful and excited face. Su shouted to the beauty that he was coming to her. Yanran replied that her brother was so impatient. Su understood at this moment that he was a noble man, of course, protected by God. He did not expect to be a hostage in an enemy country and to be accompanied by a beautiful woman. But a week later, everything turned out differently. Yanran threw him out the door and told him not to come here anymore. Su actually thought that when he got here, he would be served by a beautiful woman. But this 9th princess is simply not human. People said that this Su Chen was picked up by the 9th princess, who has the blood ties of a fox who collects yang and nourishes yin. And after 8 layers of elemental realm to 3 layers of elemental realm for 2 months. And now he won't be able to defeat them. And they also heard that this little trash still wants to fight for the throne of the dragon country. I wonder where he got his courage from. Su had come a long way, and when he came home, he said that the stupid system had made him so pathetic. He had to take revenge. And suddenly the system appeared and said that the system update was finished. Now everything will start. Su was happy and asked, "Has the system finally updated?" The system told the guy that he did a good job, and it congratulates him on completing the initial survival mission. And for such a good job, the guy will get 2 skill points. Su was upset and said that he spent so much effort and only got 2 points. Let the stupid system go out of his sight immediately. He doesn't care about his shitty skill points. The system said that skill points are all powerful. He can't increase his skill level at will. And 1 skill point can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins, Su asked in surprise. 10,000 coins? Su thought that 2 skill points didn't mean he could exchange 20,000 gold coins. If he exchanged 20,000 gold coins for a bunch of excellent pills, when the time came, the 9th princess would kneel down and beg him for mercy. He imagined Yanran calling him milord and saying that he was adorable and she loved it very much. The system told the guy that she congratulated him on the launch of the beginner's manual, the cost of 1 skill point, to participate in the lucky lottery. Su asked, "Is this good?" Su looked closely at the wheel and saw that the chance was very small and, getting angry, told the system that it was making fun of him. Su started shouting that 1 skill point can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. And the system offers him a roulette with a low chance of winning? Does he want him dead? The system asked Su if he was sure he didn't want to do it. The boy replied that even if Su Chen died of hunger or jumped off the city gates, there's no way he's going to spend a skill point to try his luck at this damn lottery. And then the system jumped out and said that it had congratulated the guy. A real warning had worked. The big lottery on the farewell table had been replaced by mandatory execution. and the cost of skill points increases from 1 skill point to 2 points. The system was happy and said that now is the time of rules and he has no choice. Su got very angry and started cursing the system, and grabbed him by the neck and said that he would kill him now. The system screamed that how dare the guy hit him. Either he will have a fish or the net will break. And suddenly a yellow light appeared, and the system said that it congratulated the owner. He won the initial prize with a small percentage chance, and he won his 1 million skill points. But Su didn't care. He beat the system for trying to deceive him, but suddenly it showed that he had 1 million skill points. Su asked with surprise in his eyes, "What?" The system itself also did not expect it and asked, "Is this even possible?" Su couldn't help but shout that he had 1 million skill points. He was the luckiest man. He had a small chance of winning. The system asked, how could this happen? How could he give him tasks after this? Su said that with so many skill points, he doesn't have to worry about quests anymore. It seems like he remembered something that needs to be finished. The system saw the guy's gaze and asked him what he wanted, and he warns him that there is a system in front of him. Su replied that the system had been on his neck for a very long time. Now it was his turn to enjoy its ruin. But the system immediately refused such an offer. Su did not accept it and began to beat him. After such a battle, the system said he felt like dirt. But Su said he felt good. He was finally clothed. The guy told the system not to worry. Since he is with him, he will be responsible for him until the end. The system was very disappointed and, crying, said that Su knew how unhappy he was, having such a master. Su said there's no need to cry like a girl. Let him spend 1 million skill points. The system began to monitor the guy's actions and was surprised. Su asked him how things were going. Su looked at his stats and asked the system if he had stabbed him in the eye. The system replied no, and he thinks the guy should better watch his life. After all, he won't even bring it for half a year. Su asked in surprise, does he have 6 months left? And it turned out that he was squeezed out by this fox. The system said that he had a way to get his time back, if he gave it all his points back. Su waved his hand at him and told the system to go away. Let it not even think about his glasses. The system got very angry and asked if he would really be the most failed system in history. Su said that there is a more important thing now, improving skills one by one, and shouted for the system to improve skills to the last level. The system immediately rang and said that it congratulated the owner on breaking through to the 4th layer of the Yuan realm. Su started laughing loudly and said that all the skills were at the last level, and now they need to be tested. Su immediately used his powers and broke his house. When he went outside, he started shouting that this was the power of the 10th level of the Yuan realm. And now no one will be able to say that he is trash. The system at this moment was very scared and covered its eyes with its hands. Suddenly a girl with great strength appeared in front of him and said that Su was trash. He destroyed the barn and now he wants to rebel? Su immediately recognized that it was Chu Yanran's personal guard, Lin Wutong, and told the girl that she was just in time. Su told Lin that last time she almost killed him several times, it was time to settle the score. Lin asked Su how he dared to talk to her like that. Did he want to die today? And attacking the guy, she said that in any case for the 9th princess, he is now useless, and she will help her. Su asked in a surprised voice, will she help him? Su told Lin that she deserves it too. She is trash at the 3rd Yuan layer. Does she really want to fight the 9th Yuan layer? And how does she think she will die a quick death? Lin answered that the guy should die for her. Su released the dragon from his body and said that only she will die here. Punching Lin with her fist, she immediately felt her arm start to break from the force of the blow. Lin was badly injured and asked the guy how a trash like him became so strong. Su asked, she wants to know? Well, then he won't tell her. And then she will die with this question. Su used his fire fist and aimed it at Lin's head. The girl screamed at that moment that it was not necessary. Su beat her and said that this was all Lin Wutong could do, and starting today, he was going to take action. And suddenly the system popped up and showed him a new task. Su read it and was surprised and asked, should he make an offer to this fox? Su grabbed the system and asked, does he want to kill him? This Chu Yanran took his life, leaving only half a year, and she wants him to propose to her? And let him not say that this task gives only 5 points. The system responded to him to calm down. This is his task as a system. He cannot control it. And yet he offers him to take this task. Su asked why. The system replied that he should think about it himself. He was so unhappy because of this Chu Yanran, and now that he has started to act, he can subdue her. She will serve him. Such pleasure. Doesn't he want to experience it? Su replied that what the system said made sense. Su thought and remembered that she took a lot of his energy. He wants to get it back. The system said that everything was correct. Then let the guy hurry up and accept this task. Su replied that it was indeed. And even if he has 1,000,000 skill points, he is still at the mercy of the system, and fighting this system is useless. Su punched the system and sent him packing. Does he still want to fool him? The system replied that he was doing this for his own good. Doesn't he want to get Chu Yanran? Su replied that of course he wanted Yanran, but he had 1,000,000 skill points and wasn't going to take on his shitty task, and let him not even think about manipulating him. The system was very upset because he failed again. Why is this guy so smart? Su said that even the system couldn't stop him. Who could stop him anyway? And from today onwards, people will prevent people from being killed. Buddha blocks and kills Buddha. But suddenly he was surrounded and told that he was so brave. Su was scared when he saw them, because they were the masters of the Imperial Guard. He couldn't win. The boy asked Su how he dared to kill Lin Wutrun. Su asked if he said that she committed suicide. Would they believe it? The guy immediately pulled out his knives and told Su that he thought they were idiots, and ordered his men to kill him. The soldiers immediately pounced on him and told the commander that they would now carry out the order. Su decided that it was better for him to leave and suddenly somersaulted, dodged the attacks and began to run away. The warriors were surprised and said that he was so fast. Where did this trash get such power? We must tell the 9th princess that there must be some secret in him. The warriors immediately ran after him, and the leader ordered that they needed to catch up with him. Su hid in the Duncan temple and said that they wanted to catch up with him. After all, he is at the 10th layer. Even people like them are not able to catch up with him. The system asked, didn't he say that people would be prevented from killing people, and Buddha would block and kill Buddha? Su told him to shut his mouth. He called it a strategic retreat. But when he opened the door, he felt that there was a strong smell of medicine. Is this the alchemist's residence? But he didn't back out and said that they would go in and take a look. But going deeper, he was surprised and said that there were so many healing herbs here, and it's very surprising. There are only 6 months left before his death. If he can come up with a cure, he will replenish his life. Su asked the system, medicine is considered a life skill, right? How can he get this skill? The system asked him what he was asking for help from him now. He could tell him, but his previous actions had caused serious trauma to his soul, and he needs 1,000,000 skill points for mental compensation. Su punched him and said that he was trying to cheat him out of skill points. The system told Su that without him he wouldn't be able to study medicine. The guy replied that there should be a pharmacist in this room. He should ask him. Su walked further and asked, is there a pharmacist here? Why isn't there even a ghost? But suddenly someone appeared behind him and asked Su, who is he talking about? The guy fell down in fear and screamed, a ghost! Su looked closely and said that this old man was a man, a living man. It turned out to be a man, which shocked him, but his appearance is no different from a ghost. The old man answered the younger one that he was so brave, since he dared to talk to the old man. The old man asked the boy, does he know who is standing in front of him? The old man is the #1 alchemist in the country of Chu, and his name is Huang Zhan. Su heard his name and asked with a surprised voice, Huang Zhan? Huang asked him, is he puzzled by the old man's name? Su replied that he had never heard of it. Huang asked in surprise, what? Was he making fun of him or something? Su replied that he really didn't know him. Moreover, if he really was the only alchemist in the Chu country, why was he locked up here? Huang asked, who in the country of Chu could lock up the old man? The old man locked himself up because he failed to perfect medicine, mistakenly turning the pill of life into a pill of despair. This mistake led to the death of the first emperor because of guilt. He locked himself here. Su told Huang that, however, he was clearly running away from reality. This was wrong. Lu Xun once said that true warriors dare to face the harsh life, dare to face the dripping blood. Huan replied that he did not think that the younger would dare to teach the old man a lesson. And did the boy not wish to study medicine? And let him worship him as a teacher? Su asked again. Worship him as a teacher? He immediately thought that he had 1,000,000 skill points. If he learned the basics of medicine, he could directly improve it with skill points. There was no need for a teacher. Huang said that he had not long left until the boy became his apprentice. He would teach him the life purification skill. Long would make him the #1 alchemist in the Chu country. Su apologized to the elder and said that he could lend him a book on the beginning of the cultivation of medicine purifications. Let him try it out first, and then decide whether to worship him as a teacher. He doesn't really want to learn from anyone. Huna answered him with a question. He doesn't think he can learn medicine on his own, does he? Su asked, what if he is an incomparable genius? Huang immediately pulled out a book and said that the medical technique is deep and incomprehensible. It is impossible to understand without a teacher. And here is the book. Let him accept it. Su read the title and asked in surprise. The powerful president fell in love with him. What kind of book is this? Huan was also very surprised and asked him for forgiveness, saying that this was the very same book. Su picked up the book and knew in his mind that he would show Huan the power of 1,000,000 skill points. The system immediately popped up and said that it congratulated Su on learning the life skill of medicine. He also became a novice alchemist. Su asked, is that all? It's too easy. He asked the system, didn't it say he couldn't study medicine without it? It turned out his mouth was still nasty. The system said that this guy is too lucky. When he falls asleep, they will even give him a pillow. And let him not talk to him, he wants to be silent. Su said for the system to go and think about the fat tiger, and he needs peace. Stop chatting with him, he is going to improve. Raise the medicine skill to the last level. Opening the book, the system began to congratulate him on receiving the advanced entry level. And then the master level began. Huan looked at him and saw that he was turning the pages. Probably he couldn't understand. By now he should understand the full depth of medicine. Su saw his new achievements, that he became a great master. And that's great. Huan asked the boy how things were going. Now he understood the difficulty of studying medicine, didn't he? Su told the elder that he had studied it. Huang replied that it did not matter if he did not understand anything, although it was a book of introduction to medicine. But the content was complex. He only learned a little after 5 years of study. And then Huan was very surprised and asked him what he said. Had he really studied everything? Su replied that it was too simple. There was no difficulty at all. Huan told the boy that he didn't want to follow the old man as a teacher, just let him say it. He turned the pages and said that he had studied it. This is disrespect for medicine. Su said that he really studied it. And if the elder doesn't believe it, maybe they should have a competition. Huan was surprised and asked, a competition with him? Is he joking? And it seems that the guy not only despises medicine, but also dares to tease the old man. Does he want to die? Su knocked his hand away and replied that the elderly have little time to live. If he doesn't believe it, how about trying to refine the life pill with him? Huang got angry and said that the guy was deliberately provoking the old man. Su took out a handkerchief and began to wipe the old man's drool off his face and said that there was no need to blame him. Huan waved his hand and said that since the guy was so confident in himself, the old man would show what he was capable of. At that very moment, a large golden bowl, the size of a whole house, appeared in front of him. Huan said that he locked himself here for 78 years just to study the life pill. And how dare the boy provoke the old man with the life pill? Today the old man will show him his place in the world. After such loud words, the main doors suddenly opened and a cold air blew in. Su was surprised and asked, what is this? And then Yanran came with her people and said that Su Chen is real trash and he hides well. Su was very surprised and immediately realized that things were bad for him. Yanran came too quickly. The warrior told the 9th princess that his subordinate would help her defeat Su, and immediately pounced on him, shouting that he would finish him off. Su was also ready to fight them and shouted back at him to come and do it. But Huang told the boy to leave him to the old man. Huan immediately used his huge magic palm and with just one blow, he thrust the warrior into the ground. Everyone was surprised by this, and Su also saw that this old man was so strong. Yanran asked, who is this immortal? And how dare he kill this princess's people? And he ordered his warriors to finish off this old immortal. But the warriors were very scared, and one of them told the princess that she shouldn't do that. Yanran was surprised and asked him what he said. The warrior replied to Yanran that this was Master Huang Zhan, the best alchemist in the country of Chu. He was also a master of the heavenly realm. Yanran was very surprised and asked, the heavenly kingdom? Su also just learned that this old man ends up in the heavenly kingdom. But will he agree to become his teacher if Su asks him properly, even though it is too late? Yanran came to Huang and said that she is the 9th princess. This servant killed his guard and then ran away. She wants to take him back to deal with this. Huang didn't listen to her to the end and told them to leave, and whoever took a step forward would die. Yanran was very angry after hearing these words, and she knew in her head that this old man couldn't afford it, and Su had to go out himself. Yanran immediately told Su that if he didn't want to get hurt too much, he should come to her, and maybe he could keep his body. Su was surprised and knew that he had strong support from the heavenly kingdom. How dare Yanran threaten him? Su replied that she was a little girl, and if she didn't do it to him, then she couldn't be calm. And he didn't want to listen to her scream. Let her get out of here and decide for herself. Yanran got very angry and told the guy how dare he insult her. She would finish him off with 1,000 swords. Su believed in himself and answered for her to come. While she was coming, he would stand here. And no need to frown, he is not her daddy. Yanran, hearing such strong insults towards her, said that she was so angry, and ordered her warriors to kill him. Su immediately felt that the provocation had succeeded, and now it was up to the old man. Huang quickly approached the girl and gave her a slap in the face, saying that she was too noisy. Yanran didn't expect such a turn of events, and before she could even dodge, she only felt a strong blow. Yanran asked the old man how he dared to hit her. She immediately ordered the warrior to go and ask the emperor to come and kill this old immortal. And that trash Chen, he must die too. Su thought, why didn't that old man kill her? Now he needs to start more fire. Su turned to Yanran and Hu and asked, don't they want to kill him? Let them come to him. He really wants to die. Then Huan told the boy that he was very clever. He would use the life pill to provoke the old man. If he couldn't match the old man, he didn't need anyone else to do it. The old man would kill him himself. Su told the old man that it didn't matter whether he participated or not. He just wanted to see how strong the elder was in medicine. Huan told the boy to stop talking nonsense. The old man would show him everything he was capable of. Huan said that this old man was too stubborn. But it didn't matter. He would teach him to be a man. Huan used his medical techniques and drew the energy of the plants from the large vessel into his energy. Su told the old man that it was no wonder why his life was useless, and he made a mistake at the first step. Huan called the boy a brat and told him to stop provoking the old man, or he thought he wouldn't dare kill him. Su asked the elder, this stove was made of primeval sand, right? Huang asked the boy. He can tell this with just one look? Su replied that the primeval sand was mined in the very cold lands of the far north, and it should also contain some cold flake iron. And the flake iron has its own poison. Does the elder know about it? Huan replied that he knows about it, but this poison cannot harm the body. Su said that it is useless for a healthy body, but people who need the life pill are weakened to the limit, and this poison is enough to take a person's life. Huang said that it turned out that he was the one who killed Brother Chu. He had been imprisoned here for 78 years, but he still had not understood such a simple truth. With what face does he still live in this world? Better to break it and die in this oven. Su immediately shouted at the elder and told him to stop immediately. Doesn't he want to see what the real life pill is like? Huan replied, see the real one. Su smiled and showed his powers and said that everything is correct. Su began to provoke fire in his body and raising his hands to the sky, said what he would do now. Huan saw that the boy was now making pills in his hands. It turns out he is a master. And this child turned out to be a great alchemist. He wanted to take the master as an apprentice. At this time, outside the temple, the emperor asked his daughter what had happened. Yanran, with tears in her eyes, answered her father that Huang was the teacher of this slave Chen. Let him see what they had done to her. Yanran hugged her father and said that he should stand up for her. The emperor asked Su, is this that piece of trash? The emperor understood that Master Huang Zhan's character was indeed strange, but why did he get involved with this trash? The emperor told his daughter not to worry. He would settle everything. Yanran replied that he was just a little slave. This Master Huang would bow to his father. And Su was a dead man. At this time, Su made pills in his hands and told the old man that everything was ready. Huan asked in surprise, a life pill? So simple? Could Master Boy show the old man the life pill? Su replied to the elder by throwing a pill into his mouth so that he wouldn't worry, and when he was full, he would give him a couple too. At this time, the emperor came and asked, "What did Master Huang call this child, master? What is he? Is the extremely precious life pill?" And then the system popped up and told the guy that he had increased his lifespan by 10 years. Su saw this and thought it was very good. The system said again that it had been recorded that the host's body had weakened, the kidneys had been destroyed, causing most of the pill's power to dissipate, and the effect had automatically dropped to 10%. Su turned to the system and said, "What nonsense! Instead of 10 years, only 1 year, is he cheating him?" The system replied that the system is fair and just, and never deceives others. If he thinks the effect is too weak, just let him pay 990,000 skill points and experience the 100% effect of the pill. Su immediately punched him and told him to shut up. After all, a year of life is a year of life. He can eat a few more pills. And he eats these pills like marmalade. He does not believe that he will not be able to restore his life. Huan turned to the master and asked if he could reward the old man. The emperor looked at them and saw that this child was an even better alchemist than Huan. This man must not be offended. He must work for him. Coming out into the street, the emperor said that he orders them to bring all the medicines from the royal warehouse. Yanran asked her father where the slave was. Why didn't he bring him? The emperor slapped his daughter and said, "How dare she be so rude to Master Su?" Yanran was surprised to hear that his father actually called him Master Su. How could this happen? The emperor ordered his men to take the 9th princess to her chambers and lock her there. Without his approval, no one is to destroy the princess's chambers. The servants immediately listened to the emperor's order and, taking the princess by the armpits, began to carry her away. Yanran screamed at her father and asked why he was helping this cheap slave, and he must have been deceived. With each pill she took, its duration increased, but eventually she said it no longer had an effect. Su shouted at the system and said that she was a bastard. The effect of the life pill is less than a year. Now it is useless. She who is playing with him. The system said that he had offered to help him before, but he had not listened. Now he regrets it. But it is too late now until 990,000 skill points are given. Su got very angry again, and, attacking the system with his fists, said that he would show her now. The system bent into a corner and asked the guy if he could stop hitting him. She was a system after all. Su answered the system so that it would forget. 10 years would pass and he would not have time to look back. He needed to think of other ways to restore life. The emperor came to the temple and told his servants to bring the medicine quickly. He told Master Su that these were rare medicines offered by different countries and let him take them. Su saw that this Chu Tianming saw the wind as a direction. He had ignored it before, but now he saw that he had become an excellent alchemist. He decided to take action. However, gifts must be paid for. Su told the emperor that since he was so kind, he couldn't refuse. He wouldn't take these things for free. He would give them this life pill. The emperor caught it and said that it was a pill of exorbitant price that could extend life for 10 years. He simply gave it to him. The emperor thanked Master Su for such a valuable gift. Su did not decide to leave the old man aside either and gave him one pill too. Su knew that the life pill no longer had any effect on him. Holding it in his hands was a waste of time. It was better to find a use for it. Huan said that the biggest failure of his life is the pill of life. Today he finally sees the real pill of life. Su said that if everything was okay, he would come back first. But suddenly, Huang knelt down and told the master to stop. Su turned around and asked the old man what had happened. Huang replied that he must accept the old man as a disciple. Both the master and the disciple are worshipping him. Su asked the elder what he was doing. Huang replied that the disciple had eyes, but he could not see everything. The master was offended. The master not only did not care about this, but also gave the disciple a life pill to help the disciple. And the master is not arrogant, but also patient and has a noble character. And the student was shocked. Su was surprised that his charm was still working. He was recognized. He also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength didn't allow it. At this time, the system heard everything and spat, saying that Su is shameless and doesn't even have a conscience. Huang addressed him as a master and asked him to accept him as a disciple. Su replied that he would accept him as a disciple. If he does well, he will teach him some medical techniques. He understands that if the master of the heavenly realm is his bodyguard, why not? Huan thanked the master for this and said that he would follow the teacher's teachings. and bowed. The emperor felt that this old thief had stolen too much. He couldn't keep up. The emperor bowed at his feet and said that their country of Chu still had a vacancy for the position of national teacher. Looking at the entire country of Chu, only Master Su was capable of taking on this important position. Let Master Su agree, otherwise the emperor will not rise. The boy replied that he would accept it as a given. However, he has a condition. He hopes that he can read the secret techniques of the Chu country. The emperor replied that there is no problem. The emperor said that he would immediately order all the palace technicians to be brought here. Su received the benefit and thanked his majesty. The emperor replied that the teacher was too polite. Su knew that the emperor wanted to use him to strengthen his country of Chu. He would simply destroy it. Let them just watch carefully. The emperor felt that Master Chu had a big appetite. Why not show all the techniques of the country? He didn't believe that they could learn them all. Su received all the books and said to replace him. Chu Tianming even sent the heavenly technique, the great magic method of Hunyuan. Everything is here. The emperor probably thought that he couldn't learn them all. He was too naive. And it was too easy for him. The system immediately came out and said that it congratulated the owner on obtaining the great magic method of Hunyuan. Su said that he must learn everything. The system notified him that after spending 3,000 skill points, the Hunyuan Great Magic Method had risen to level 100 and was successfully transferred to Hunyuan Wangxing Jue. Su read all the books in a row and said that they also have a continuation of development. This is not even bad. We need to continue to study everything further. And then the system popped up again and said that he congratulated the owner on raising the Royal Monkey Strike to level 10. After a few hours, Su saw that the basket was empty. And wandering in the ocean of knowledge, time flies so fast. Su began to stretch and say that he had run out of books. He even became bored. And then he heard someone telling him to go to hell. Su was surprised and asked, "Did they want to die?" Yanran pounced on him and said that they would see who would die. Yanran pounced on him with her blade and shouted that he was a useless slave. How dare he humiliate her? He should die. Su asked her, "Does she still think she can intimidate him?" And immediately grabbed Yanran by the throat. Yanran was surprised at this moment and thought, how could this slave become so strong? Su said that he didn't even go to her to pay the bills, but she came herself. Yanran asked him what he wanted to do. She warned him that if he harmed her, her father would not let him go. Su threw her aside and told her not to worry. He wouldn't touch her, because she would do it herself. Su told Yanran she wants him, and even if she dies, it won't change anything. The guy asked the girl if she is ready. At this time, Yanran was shouting at him not to come near her. Su immediately pointed his finger at her and used the taming technique. The system immediately congratulated the owner on successfully taming the nine-tailed demon. Yanran immediately began to feel different and even relaxed a lot. Su said that taming is really useful. He didn't expect that Humeizi would be the most powerful clan among the fox demons. Su looked at Yanran's statistics and said that he was sorry that this loyalty was not eternal. The system responded that as for low loyalty, he had a solution. Su asked him what he wanted to say. Or did he want to say that if he gave the system his 990,000 skill points, it would help him tame it? The system was surprised and asked the guy how he knew. Su hit him with his fist and replied that he knew him and would kill him now. Yanran came to her senses at this time and asked the guy what he did to her. Su replied that he tamed her. Now she is his pet. Yanran said that it was impossible. Her bloodline level was much higher than ordinary demons. Even if his realm was low, he would need a taming technique level of at least a great master to be able to tame her. Su replied to the girl that he had left a spiritual seal in her body. She could check it. Yanran checked it out and shouted at the guy that he really had tamed her. But how was that possible? Su replied that he was able to become a master of medicine in an instant. Naturally, he could become a master of animal taming. Yanran said that now that her secret was revealed, people would not let her go. Let him kill her instead. Su replied that although she had almost killed him before, she was Su Chen's first woman. He would not kill her. He would keep her secret, so let her be an obedient pet. Yanran asked the guy that he would not kill her and even help her keep a secret. And then Su saw that loyalty could be increased with a couple of sentences. Su immediately told the girl that he would not treat her differently just because she was a demon. The best thing in life was a night spent with her, and his love for her is real. There is no wine in it, but but he is drunk as a dog, and he wants to give her a lot of lipsticks so that she returns them to him every day, little by little. And then the system popped up and said that loyalty was continuing to grow. Sue said that he really was a genius. The system asked the guy, "Is this even normal?" Yanran told Sue that in fact he is also her first man. Thanks to him, her illness can be cured this year. Sue said that in that case, green is not his protective color. Yanran replied that she had received a lot of yang energy from him before she was ready to return it to him. Sue was surprised and asked how she could be brought back. Yanran replied that it was by what he had planned to do earlier. Sue said that it was all clear. However, he was very tired today. Yanran immediately pounced on him and said that he did not need to move. She would massage him herself. The next day, System said that he congratulated the master on breaking through the UN realm. The reward is 20 on. Sue got up early in the morning and said that after spending the night with Chu Yanran, he was able to break through the yuan. The yang energy actually returned to him. Sue patted Yanran's bottom and said that this gentleman had done a great job last night. Yanran had asked him to let her sleep for a while. She had no strength at all. Sue shouted that this gentleman was magnificent. He had finally regained his manly dignity. Sue asked the system if it now understood why he had not carried out his task. Did he see the result? Did he really need to propose to her? The system replied that doing this without the intention of marriage is disgusting. Sue said that everything should be utilitarian. Let the system send him some tasks with technical content for the future. And his tasks are too simple. There is no point in doing them. The system asked the guy, does he dare to doubt the complexity of the system's tasks? The system will not tolerate this. Sue asked him, what next? The system replied that he was going to issue a difficult task. Would he dare to accept it? Sue replied that this was great. Let him give orders. It wasn't that he doubted it. It was just that the system wasn't fulfilling the system's main task. The system responded that it works with a huge amount of data, and since the owner insists, now he will show him. And then the system ordered the boy to go to the fox concubine's palace and steal the treasure. The reward is 500 on. Sue asked in surprise, 500? Well, that's not bad, and for that you can sweat a little. The system asked him if the guy was convinced of how powerful she was. Let him hurry up and take on the task. Sue stopped him and said that he didn't say he would take him on. The system thinks he's stupid? This is Chu Tianming's favorite concubine's room, guarded by masters. The system wants him to go to certain death? The system got very angry and replied that the master had told him so. Sue said he didn't say anything. He only told him to throw in some tasks, but he didn't say he would accept them. The system told the guy he lied to him. And 500 it's a monthly rate, but he doesn't want to accept it. Sue said that's great. This gentleman didn't have much fun last night. And suddenly a servant came in and told the national teacher that a concubine had arrived to see him. Sue asked in surprise, a concubine? She arrived as soon as she was mentioned. She is most likely here because of Chu Yanran. Sue got dressed and told the system to go with him. He would meet this concubine. The system was offended and said that Sue was not a human being. And when she met the concubine, she said that she wanted to see Master Sue. The guy was surprised and immediately saw that she was pretty. The concubine asked Master Sue if the dress looked good on her. The boy replied that the concubine's clothes were beautiful. The concubine took out a ball from her chest and said that Master Sue is really temperamental. And this time, the concubine is here for the little girl, and she hopes that Master can let the girl go. And she hopes that Master Sue will accept this modest gift. The guy replied that the concubine was too polite to come here, and even with a gift. Sue accepted the ball and asked what it was. The concubine replied that it was a heavenly sphere, and a heavenly ranked ghost servant was sealed inside. Sue heard such loud words from her and asked again, is this a heavenly ranked ghost servant? The concubine replied that it was true. And Master Sue, he needs to shed blood to become the master of the ghost servant. He will control the life and death of this ghost servant. Sue thought that those who can go to heaven must be good people. This concubine is no better than hell for Chu Yanran. Sue said that the concubine was too polite. How could he accept such a precious thing? And let her not do it next time. The concubine told Master Sue what about the girl. The boy told her not to worry. If Yanran wanted to come back, he would not stop her. Sue knew that once Yanran had tasted the young master, she wouldn't be able to hold back for long. She wouldn't want to come back. There was nothing he could do about it. The concubine approached Master Su and said that she had heard that Master Su's skills were excellent, if only she could learn from him. Su simply blushed at these words and replied that he would show her some other time. The concubine said that it was time for her to go back. And then she realized that Su was a womanizer, and let him enjoy the ghostly servant for now. Su thought about it at this time and realized that he knew that Yanran was very important. He needed to get more benefit from it. But although the ghostly heavenly servant is also enough, and suddenly his nose started bleeding and he put it on the ball began to turn into a human, and Su wondered what it looked like. A big-bodied loli? A cold-faced daughter-in-law? Or sweet princess? Pure and lustful little sister? But suddenly, a man appeared from the smoke, looking like an old man. The guy said that the ghost servant Ning was greeting the master. Su thought that he must have done something wrong. He would try again. Su started shouting at this ball and tried to summon another ghost servant. Ning said that the ghost servant was greeting his master. At that moment, Su realized that everything was already lost and shouted that this couldn't be. And why did he need such a miracle? Su was shouting that he wanted a loli or a princess. He's not asking that much from this ball. The system looked at him and laughed non-stop. She told the guy that he deserved it. And Su is a lucky guy. But suddenly Ning heard his words and immediately thought. And suddenly a large cloud surrounded him. Ning turned into a beauty and told the master that she was asking him to forgive her. She was just joking. And this is her original appearance. Seeing her in her true form, Su began to drool on her. And the system didn't expect such a turn of events either. Su started saying that she wasn't a flower, but she wasn't bad. He knew that the main character had to be surrounded by beautiful girls, so she couldn't be ugly. The system immediately realized that this child was too lucky. Su asked the girl, "Is her name Ning Xiaoran? And what did she do in life? How did she become a ghost servant?" Ning replied that she was a princess in life. She died 700 years ago in a war due to her grudge against the Chu country. She was captured and turned into a ghost servant. Ning said that she used to be in charge of guarding Chu's treasure pavilion. Su asked, what is she capable of as a heavenly ghost servant? Ning replied that she could transform into a weapon spirit or integrate into a weapon, thereby increasing its power. And of course, she could satisfy any request from the owner. Su said that her joke just now had a big impact on him. He wanted her to comfort him. That's okay, right? Ning asked how she could console the master. Su pounced on her and replied that of course, by using his body. The system said that this guy is a beast. He doesn't even spare a ghost. But suddenly Ning turned from a girl into a man and grabbed him by the clothes and told him to wait a minute. Ning told the master that this servant had returned. Su told him that if he did anything, he would die. Entering the bedroom, Su thought, why is Ning treating him like this? His younger brother was scared to death. Yanran opened her eyes and told Su that he had already returned. She had slept well and was feeling well again. Su replied that she should let him go. He was not interested in women at the moment. Yanran asked in surprise, not interested? Or maybe he can't do it several times in one night? Su got angry and pushed her onto the sofa and asked, how dare she say that? He will make her scream in fear now. Yanran started licking her fingers and replied that she was looking forward to it. Su wanted to jump on her with energy, but he saw Ning in front of his eyes. Su was surprised and asked, why is it him again? Let him not come near him. He is a mistake. Yanran asked Su what was wrong with him. The guy covered his eyes with his hands and slowly opened them to see that it wasn't her. Su was angry at Ning. This gentleman must cast a shadow on the girls. Someday he will repay her. Su told the girl that he could no longer be with her. Yanran was surprised and asked, what? Yanran asked the boy if he despised her. Su saw that she had misunderstood him, but he couldn't say that he couldn't now. She would laugh at him, Su said. Of course not. He just thinks that he needs to work hard to improve his cultivation as soon as possible, and only then will he be able to protect her. The system said that the loyalty of the nine-tailed fox had increased by 10 points. Su knew that he could only speak words of love with his mouth open. Yanran stood up and said that then the slave would not interfere with the master's practice. It was time for the slave to go. Su knew that he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. He could only wait for that flower shadow to disappear. Su thought about it all and said that since he was free now, he would just practice a little. Su took out his pills and told the system to just watch as he broke into the Earth Kingdom in one breath. The system began to pop up with each breakthrough, and in the end congratulated him on breaking through the 10th layer of the depth realm. Su said that even with all this, he would not be able to break through to the earthly realm. These pills are not strong enough. Su asked the system if there was a way to break through from the depth realm to the earthly realm. The system replied, "No comment." Su asked, "Is it all because he didn't accept her mission? So what's it like to be a servant?" The system replied that he himself is a servant, and his whole family are idiots. The system said that this system is a real man of steel. Su replied that he knew that she was a man, and he did not expect help from him. He would do everything himself. Su said that these pills are not enough. He will make another batch with stronger effects. He does not believe that they cannot help. Su said that he should ask Huang where the better materials for making pills were. Huang immediately appeared and asked, was the master looking for him? Su replied that the old man was too fast. He hadn't even managed to call him yet. And suddenly he realized that he had only mentioned his name and he had heard it. He didn't hear the sounds last night, right? Huang replied that the master is not only a master in medicine, but also in bed. The teaching admires this. Su laughed and said, "Well said. Let him follow the master and he will teach him some techniques to regain his former strength." Su said they would talk business. Does he know where to get amethyst shenhuan grass, 7-colored ling coral, puxin arhui fruit, and 1,000-year-old sauceria? Huan replied that all these medicinal materials are of the highest quality, extremely valuable and rare. Only in one place can they be found at the same time. Su asked where it was. Huang replied, "In the country of Shenong, the Healing Valley." Arriving at the place, Huang told the master that there was a healing valley in front of them. Su replied that they had finally arrived. He had not expected that this place was so far away. Su understood that having become bored on the road, he decided to improve some life skills, drawing, carving, and divine techniques to the level of a master. Huan said that the master must be wondering why the Healing Valley is called a valley, even though it is located in the mountains. Su told him to tell him, and in fact he didn't doubt the title at all because he hadn't thought about such deep things. Huan said that too many people came here for medicinal herbs. The owner of the valley was worried about this and moved it to the mountains. And this is equivalent to a threshold. Only the masters of the depth realm with the ability to fly will be able to enter this valley. Su said that it was exactly what he expected. Huang replied that it was as expected from the master, just looked and can already understand a lot. The student admires the teacher. Su told the old man to take him up there. He knew that the old man's flattery was getting stronger. He was promising. Huan grabbed the old man and immediately started climbing the mountain. But at that moment, Su told the master to wait a minute. At this time, in the palace of the King of Medicine, Qinlin Wu and Qinlin Yuru were asking Shangpeng why he was cutting in line. Gao Shangpeng asked them what they just said. It's just that he relies on his father. The first general of Qin country is about to die. Their Lin family will soon disappear. And it was his Go Xiang family that was developing. Wu was very angry after his words and was even ready to finish him off. And unexpectedly, Lin Wu, the son of the Qin family's war god who holds 100,000 soldiers, was intimidated by the son of the country's prime minister Gu, and it was Lin Shu who was seriously injured in the war against Chu country in the past. Nothing will work out. The Lin family will soon be destroyed. Yuru asked her brother what they would do. If they couldn't get the pills, she was afraid their father wouldn't praise them. Ao pounced on him and said he would fight him. Peng turned around and asked, "Fight him?" He was worthy of it. He immediately turned around slowly and punched Wu right in the chest. The guy didn't even expect that. Yuru, seeing how her brother suffered defeat, became very afraid for him and began to worry. Peng said, "Look at the valley masters, spare yourselves. Let them go back and watch their father die. And the rest of the guys can get out of here. Today, the Healing Valley is refining medicine only for his Xiang family." But suddenly someone came and said what a high tone he heard. And the ignorant people think that this valley was discovered by his Xiang family. Peng turned around and replied, "Who is he seeing? Isn't that Prince Su Chen of Go country? He was sent to Chu country as a slave, so why is he still alive?" People started saying that this trash was sent to Chu country after the power struggle. This is it. They heard that it was picked up by the 9th princess of Chu country. Su said that since Peng acknowledges him as a prince, why is he so disrespectful to people? Peng said for the others to let him greet this trash. Su Chen, he has been a slave for a long time and his brain has atrophied. Pan told the boy that he wanted to be called a prince. He still considered himself one. He was just a dog in exile. But unexpectedly, Su couldn't hold back such words and immediately headed towards him to teach him a lesson. Su said that if he goes far away from home, the family dog becomes so naughty. People were asking, what happened? Is Su Chen that good? And he actually did it, and Xiang Peng didn't even react. Is this really such a piece of trash? After hitting Xiang Peng, Su Cheng isn't afraid that Xiang Peng's father will blame him. Su felt that his appearance in front of people was a success. Hit the iron while it's hot, and then brush it. Su told the boys they were right. He was trash, but now he has one sentence to tell them, the whole world. He's back. Su hoped that they would shout his name, and suddenly from the street, they said that the one outside was called Su. He disturbed the old man who was practicing medicine, let him go. The guy realized that he had to run away because the pretense had failed. Huang said that old man Wu, after he became the valley master, he became so majestic. Su was very surprised that Huang Zhan knew the master of this valley. Are they acquainted? And suddenly Wu himself came out and asked, what bastard dared to call him an old man? He was sentenced to death. The boys said it was him. Master Wu Shungu hates people who call him Wu. Whoever says that will die. They heard one general shout Wu, and that general was killed. Wan was not afraid and said that it was him. Wu looked carefully and asked in surprise, Master? The boys were surprised and asked, what did Wu call this man master? How is that? They thought he came with Su Cheng. Su realized one thing. That old man Huang was the master of the valley master. In that case, it would be easier to get medicine from the valley. Huang said to Wu, does he remember that he is his teacher? Shouldn't he have fallen on his knees when he saw his teacher? Wu said that he was his master when he studied with him, and let Huang not exaggerate. The old man was very surprised and asked, what? Wu said he was over 70 years old but still couldn't make a life pill. So how can he call himself his teacher? Wan started shouting at him that he was an ungrateful villain. Then he fell on his knees and begged him to teach him medicine, and now he was behaving disrespectfully. Today the old man would show him. Wu told the old man that he was incompetent and no better than trash since he couldn't make a life pill. Did he really think anyone was afraid of him? Wu immediately shouted to Jianshan and said that someone wanted to disturb the old man who was practicing medicine. After saying these words, Shen Yu released his blade between Huang's face and said that if he took a step forward, he should not be blamed for being ruthless under the sword. Huang was very surprised and said to Shen Yu that he was so strong. Su immediately realized that it was him, master of Go country, 9th level of the heavenly realm, Li Qufeng, known as the first sword god in southern Xinjiang. He also came to the valley. He brought Xiang Peng. Huang told Qiufeng that it was a misunderstanding and he would come back right away, and immediately hid behind Su. Su told Huang that he was also in the heavenly kingdom. If he couldn't win, he couldn't give up so quickly. The old man told the master not to misunderstand him. The student does not accept advice, but knows how to advance and retreat. Staying in the mountains, there is no need to worry. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge even after 10 years. Su listened to the old man's excuses and told him to stop. Wu told Huang that he had the wrong door. With Li Qiufeng, he thinks he can move his hair? Let him come here, it means he needs medicine, but he won't give it to him. Huan started shouting that he was a villain. He's furious. Su told Huan to calm down, they'll be teachers. Huan asked the master what he was doing. Let him come back quickly, they might kill him there. People started saying that Su is coming. He didn't even dare to go backstage, he's going to die. And it seems like he's still the same trash, his mind is simple, and he hasn't changed at all. Wu asked the boy, is he trying to show off? He thinks he is still the prince of Gao country, let him hurry up. Su walked up to Li Jianshan and asked him if he needed the pill, what was inside. The guy replied that he had met the prince. Master Wu Shuang is making a soul condensation pill for him, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Li told Wu not to worry, he wouldn't bother him, because this soul condensation pill had been refined. After 10 breaths, the pill would explode. People began to ask if they had heard Su's words correctly. Master Wu's purification effect was useless. Wu got angry and asked the impudent boy, what is he talking about? Let him take back his insulting speech, otherwise he will not care that he and Li Jian are acquainted. He will dare to kill him. Li noticed that this Su really hadn't made any progress. He dared to question the Valley Master's refining technique. He was too immature. No wonder he failed. Su began to count from 10 to 0. Wu got very angry and said to say that the guy was not even going to start repenting, and if he wanted to die, he would fulfill his request. Su reached 0 and said that there would be an explosion, and suddenly the pill cauldron exploded. Wu was very surprised and asked, "How so?" Li also said that it really exploded. People also said that it exploded. Su said it. He said about 10 breaths. After 10 breaths it exploded. Peng asked, "How come?" So the soul condensation pill that was needed for his father's breakthrough to the heavenly realm exploded. Wu screamed that it was impossible. How could his Dan explode? And it had to be because of this garbage, he asked. Let him tell him what he did, or he won't be able to spare him. Huang told Wu that he still blames others when he doesn't have his own skills. Even the soul condensing pill can explode. He was really blind when he was a teacher. Wu started shouting at Huang. Does he still have the face to say anything to him? He is an old trash who has been studying the life pill for 70 years. Coming to his door back then was his mistake. Huang pounced on him, saying that he was a daredevil, and now the old man would teach him a lesson. Wu saw that the old man had decided to attack him and ordered Li to save him. Su told Huang to come back. Don't mess around. Huang immediately came over and responded that the student was being harsh. Wu asked, is Huang listening to this child? Did he say master, or did he hear wrong? Su said that this is just a soul condensation pill. Is it worth fighting for? It's really hopeless. Wu said to the boy, who is hopeless, say it again. And suddenly Li removed the chapter and turned to the prince and asked, does he have anything to say? Li was surprised that Su was able to predict the time of the pill's explosion. Did he really have knowledge regarding the soul condensation pill? Su replied that he would let them see everything with their own eyes, and he began to demonstrate his abilities. The boys asked him what he does with the pill waste, and they don't believe he can understand medicine. Wu asked the boy what he wanted them to see. Was it possible that he still couldn't use the waste to improve medicine? What did he think? Su immediately said that fire would appear now. Fire immediately began to come out of his hands. Wu looked at him and said, is he really a great master? Medicine with bare hands. He is really a great master. People also said that it was impossible when Su became a great master. Doesn't 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Hexi make people become poor? Wan saw a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world. He saw it a few days ago. People started shouting for everyone to watch. The color of the pill's remnant changed. It started condensing again. It formed a new soul condensation pill. Su made everything and stretched out his hand and said, this is a real soul-thickening pill. Can they all see it? Wu walked up to the guy and said, waste recycling medicine is just incredible. A great master, a real master of medicine. Li asked, how long has this been going on? From a loser to a great master of medicine, he's just a monster. They all immediately sat down on their knees in front of him and began to say that they greeted the master. Su was happy that he had finally managed to become a saint. Now everything was different. In the future, he should be more calm and not lose the title of a great master. But suddenly someone turned to Su. The guy was surprised and asked, what is it? What happened? The girl hugged his legs and told Lord Su to save his father. If he could save her father, her entire identity would be his. Su was surprised and asked, what did she say, really? Huang turned to the master and told him to pay attention to the case. Tolerance. Su said that he just wanted to ask her if she really wanted to save her father that much. The girl replied that as long as she could save her father, she was willing to give Lin Yuro everything she had. Su said that he agreed and then let him give him her father's life pill. Yuru bowed and replied that she was grateful to Lord Su. Su told Miss Lin that there was no need to give such a big gift. The girl's sincere heart touched him. He couldn't even think of using the body of a half-kaiji. Yoroi smiled and said that she knew that Master Su was elegant and grandiose, with extraordinary tolerance, and he was definitely not a person who longed for beauty. She really wanted to use her body to get the pill. It would be a great humiliation. This will not happen again in the future. Su replied that he was glad that she could think in this direction. He would perfect the life pill for her. Su knew in his heart that he wanted to be humiliated. Girl, why didn't she hear the hints in his words? Huang told Master that restraint was the most important thing for him now. Su understood that this time, in order to pretend, he had lost his sister. He could not lose anything else because of the cost of medicine. Su turned to Wu and told him to prepare the medicine for the life pill. They are needed now. One of the people got angry and told Su that he was a daredevil. How dare he talk to the Valley Master like that? He thinks the guy wants to die, right? Wu threw a ball at him and told him to get out of here. Otherwise, he would kill him right now. Wu told the master not to worry about him. He would send them the necessary medicine right away. The boy asked the Valley Master why they would give him their medicine. Wu asked why? It's because he is a true master. And not to mention that they don't need that much medicinal material. The whole valley needs to respect this. Wu said to the boy, "Why doesn't he go get some medicine?" The boy replied, "He's already on his way." Wu turned to Su and told the master to wait a minute and the materials would be delivered. Su immediately felt that this suck-up skill was worthy of being Huangzhan's disciple. Li approached Su and said that he was rude and blind. He asked to be punished, but please let him cleanse this soul condensation pill. Su replied that it was impossible for Li, but it depended on what price he was willing to pay for it. Peng said that his Xian family could give out gold. Su said no problem, just 1,000,000 taels of gold. Peng replied that he did not. He meant 10,000 taels. Su was surprised and asked, "Does he want to humiliate this great master?" Peng didn't want to, but he said that then 1,000,000 taels in gold. And with these tickets, Lord Su will be able to exchange the gold at any bank. Su immediately threw a pill into his hands and told him to take it. Peng thanked him and said that he was taking his leave. Peng was very angry at Su and hoped that when his father broke through to the heavenly realm, he would look good. Su was already happy at that time and understood that with this money, he would be able to hire soldiers. When he returned to the Gu country, his Shang family would be destroyed. Li asked the younger lord if he would like to return with them to Gao country. Su replied that it was not time yet, but sooner or later he would return. Before that, he asked him to take care of his mother. Li told the younger lord not to worry. Li Chufeng would not humiliate his life. Li was surprised that the sprout that lost the fight with the main character had suddenly grown to such an extent. Gu country will soon change. Su started working on the next pill and said with a smile that it was ready. Wu replied that he took the medicine pill with his bare hands. No matter how much he looked, he felt refreshed and happy. Wan said that no matter how many times he looked at it more than Wu. Su told Miss Lin that this was the life pill she wanted and let her take it and cure her father. Lin was very surprised that he actually gave it to her without delay, without any additional conditions. Su told her to take it. And don't worry, the life pill he prepared was definitely better than the one from the valley, and it was enough to heal his father's injury. The girl told Mr. Su that Yuru would not forget this. When she returned, healed her father, she would definitely go to the country of Chu to visit and thank him. Su told her to come back quickly and not let her father wait for too long. Yuru bowed and said goodbye to him. Yuru told her brother that it was time for them to go. U stopped her and asked if she thought Master Su was stupid, and he gave them the precious life pill for free. Yuru told her brother that she wouldn't let him talk about their benefactor like that. You said that he wouldn't say anything. The life pill was in their hands now. Yuru said that Mr. Su is not stupid. He is straightforward and pure. He is like the bright moonlight, without a trace of impurities. And such a person is worth trusting your whole life. Huang asked the master why he was crying. Su replied that he had a great opportunity before him. He did not value it to pretend. He did not regret until he lost it. Su said that it was time for them to go and leave this sad place as soon as possible. Huang told the master not to be sad and that they could not leave. Huang asked the master, "Did he forget about their trip?" Su asked, "Wasn't their purpose to pretend to be a girl?" But they didn't pretend. Then why are they here? Wan replied that pretending to be a girl is an eternal theme. In addition, they have an additional goal of finding medicinal materials for powerful pills that will help in promotion. Su said it was true. He was here for the materials. He was patronizing and worried about the girl's body. Girls really do affect the speed at which he draws his sword. Huang told the boy not to forget the task. The master's aspirations are admired by the disciple. Su felt that the old man's flattering skills had reached their peak. Su turned to Wu and called him. Wu immediately approached him and asked what the master needed. Su replied that his ancestor needed medicinal materials, and it was time to go and prepare for it. He asked Wu when he became his ancestor. Wu replied that Huang was his master, and he was Huang's master. Naturally, he was his master. Su asked him if he could say that. His alchemists were too capable of forcing relationships. Huang asked old Wu if he knew that there was a master like him. Wu laughed and asked the master in return, what was he talking about? Wu replied that once upon a time, as a master and lifelong father, the student respected him from the bottom of his heart and never forgot his kindness in teaching. He respects it like an endless river. Another example is the uncontrollable flood of the Yellow River. Huang said that his shameless look at that time was the charm of that time. Su listened and replied that in that case, he would reluctantly accept him as a disciple. Wu immediately bowed and said that he welcomed the master. Su told him to stand up and said that his ancestor would be leaving soon. Before leaving, they needed to collect the following medicinal materials. Su took it and replied that everything would be according to the master's instructions. Meanwhile, the guys went to the Donkin Temple of the Chu country. Huang told the master that his tricks to accept the second Wu as a disciple were too high. Su replied that they had finally returned. Huang said that from now on, the medicinal materials of the valley can be used by them. They no longer need to worry about the materials. Su replied that no amount of medicinal materials could fill the void of losing his sister. Wan told the master not to be discouraged. They had returned to the capital, so why not start making pills to promote? They are trying to purify their breath to break through to the earthly realm. Su replied that without a girl, who should he protect with such a high level of cultivation? He's not in the mood to practice medicine. Let Huan go first. He wants to lick his wounds alone. Huang told the master how about he help him lick it. Su immediately replied that he should move away. It's no longer necessary, he can do it himself, so hurry up and get lost. Huang was very disappointed and said that he would not disturb the master. Su thought that if he had read the expression on old Huang's face correctly, he was disappointed. Su said that Huang was disappointed because he didn't agree with him, right? But that can't be. But for future safety, he needs to be careful that he doesn't lick him. After all, only girls are allowed to lick his body. Then he remembered that he had plenty of girls. This meant that the shadow that Ning cast on him had disappeared. In other words, he could touch Chu Yanran. Su went to his room and shouted to Yanran that the master had returned. Let her come quickly. Yanran asked Su why he was shouting so loudly. She was hunting and having a good time, and she was so upset with him. Su was surprised and asked her, why did she call him by his name and not master? And did Yanran's loyalty really fall after a few days? Su looked at the statistics and saw that the pets still needed to be tamed. Su told the girl to come with him, and then Yanran replied that she was afraid that he would fail. At this time, a servant told the emperor that Su had returned. He had created a great sensation in the Healing Valley and had accepted the Valley Master as a disciple. He hires soldiers and buys horses. The emperor said he knew Su didn't want him to control him, and sooner or later he will return to the Gu country to seize the throne. The servant replied that if His Majesty knows, why let him be the national teacher? After all, Su went from being a trash to a master of medicine. There must be a big secret hidden in him. The emperor said that if he could master this secret, his country Chu would be able to cover the entire southern Xinjiang. The servant told His Majesty that he was truly far-sighted. The emperor ordered him to watch his every move for his sake. If the secret is to be revealed, then how it will become even more powerful. The servant replied that the order would be carried out. The emperor hoped that Su would take the initiative and tell him his secrets before he lost his patience. Otherwise, he would not blame him for losing face. Yanran told Su that he had been torturing her for an hour already, and she really couldn't take it anymore, so she should forgive him. Su was surprised and asked why she still called him by his name. It seems his strength is not enough. Then let him face the fierce storm. And then Yanran called him master. She was wrong. Let him let her go. Her body really can't take it anymore. Su said that now she knows the owner. That's good. That's all for today. Next time she dares to disrespect him, he will play with her for 2 hours. Yanran put her head away and told the master that she wouldn't dare again, and she would go to bed now. But suddenly the system appeared and told Su that he had another task. Su hit him and asked him why he jumped out at this time, scared him. Let him not recommend his task to him. He is leaving him. The system was very upset and said that he failed again. Didn't they say that the man on the bed was responsive? It turns out to be a lie. Su asked the system that responsiveness only works for women. Does he understand? His image is a little off. Let him accept it. The system asked him, does it mean that women can succeed? Su was surprised and asked, what? and he began to see how the system was sorting through all its things. The system turned itself into a girl and told Sue that the people had a task. He could help others. Sue saw his face and immediately started vomiting without stopping. The system asked him, "Is she still not satisfied?" Sue got very angry and slammed the system and told it not to disgust him. The system said that he just wanted him to take the back ones, is it so difficult, and cried. Sue replied that he should not waste his energy, stealing treasures in the fox concubine palace. Labor and payment are of no interest to anyone. And suddenly Yanran heard and asked, "The fox concubine palace?" Yanran asked the owner what he was saying about the place where her younger sister lived. Sue replied that it was okay, it was just that someone wanted him to go there. Then Sue understood and asked, "Did she say that her younger sister lived there? Lisa G was her younger sister?" Yanran replied that it was so. Didn't the owner know? She and her younger sister escaped from Mount Kangman and came to the country of Chu. Because of her injury, she was not suitable for private performances. She became the 9th princess, and her sister became the queen, replacing her mother. Sue said that it turns out that they are not mother and daughter, but sisters. If he had tamed the fox G, it would have been possible to double. Watching each other from the side, they would have achieved great results. Yanran asked why he was suddenly so excited. Sue replied that it was because he suddenly had a bold idea in his head. And then Sue told the system that he suddenly became interested in the task of stealing the treasures in Liziji Palace, so he reluctantly accepted his task. The system was surprised and asked what he was interested in the task. He was clearly interested in the double. Sue immediately shut his mouth and told him to stop talking nonsense. He's taking on his mission, and they're heading to the fox's palace right now. Sue was very happy at this moment and said that he hit the yellow dragon straight, defeated the enemy with one blow, and she is still sleeping. He immediately pounced on her bed and shouted, "Fox G, he is ready to take her spanking," and suddenly there was no one there. Sue stood up and asked, "Why is there no one? Where is Fox G?" The girl came up from behind and asked, "Is Master Sue looking for her?" The guy immediately realized that things were bad. G immediately went to him and asked, "Master Sue is still awake?" He came to her bedroom in the middle of the night. Sue replied that it was a long night, and also insomnia. He thought that he was the only one who could not sleep, but he did not think that the concubine could not sleep either. G asked why Master Sue couldn't sleep. The guy replied that it was because of her, the fox concubine. G asked, "Is it her?" Sue replied that it is true. Since the last time he saw the fox concubine, he was deeply attracted. The noble temperament and graceful posture of the fox concubine, and tonight he couldn't contain the feelings of his heart, so he came here. G told Master Sue that he had actually already attracted the interest of many people. Everyone was impressed by the master's behavior and style. Sue asked, "Does that mean she likes him too?" Fox concubine, since she likes him, maybe it's time for them to take the next step. Jai was surprised and replied that she didn't understand. Sue replied that it was impossible if she didn't understand. He would teach her himself. She had a wealth of experience. She just needed to cooperate with him. G immediately said that she promised to kill him, and immediately, casting magic on his hand, he pounced on him. But Sue easily dodged and easily escaped the attack. G was surprised and did not understand how he escaped. G realized that this was very bad. But Sue pounced on her and said that his skills would be better. Sue didn't kill her, and with a movement of his fingers he hits her right in the head and prints her. The system immediately jumped out and congratulated him. Sue thought, didn't she say that this was her sister? Why did Yanran have 9 tails but this fox only has 3 tails? G woke up and asked the guy what he did to her. Why couldn't she put up any resistance to him? Sue replied that it was because she, like her older sister, had become his pets. G was surprised to hear that her sister, like her, had also fallen into his clutches, and she asked, "Does he know their secret?" Sue replied that once they became his pets, no matter whether it was their hearts or their bodies, they would not be able to hide their secrets from him. But they had nothing to worry about. He would keep their secret. G asked him why he wanted to help them. Sue replied that it was because he needed them to cooperate with him. G asked in surprise, "Cooperate with them? He means that very cooperation?" Sue immediately threw her on the bed and said that he was coming to her. But G said that she didn't want it. Sue felt something and said that right here. He wants to see what it is. The system asked him if he was indifferent to the beauty and started his task. Su said he doesn't understand anything. He wants to finish his shitty task as soon as possible, then spend his night enjoying himself. The system said that this is how it is. He was already glad that he had become better. It was a pity. Ji asked him why he didn't attack her. Ji immediately stood up and asked him what he was doing. Su told the girl to wait, and he would soon be free. And he found the treasure he was looking for. Su picked up the box and said what he found. Ji asked him what he found. The guy hit him with his elbow and said to open the box. The system said that by opening the treasure box, a sword made of fish intestines was obtained. Su understood the sword and shouted that he had found it. The system was also very happy that the owner had completed his task. Ji asked why such a magnificent thing was hidden in her bedroom. Here, she did not know whether the owner knew. Really amazing. Su told the system to tell him what it was and how to use it. The system replied that since he had completed the task, he would tell. This is a fish intestine sword system product. Not only cuts hair, but also iron like dirt. It also allows you to fly. If it is strong enough, it can rise to a height of 1,000 miles. Su asked the system, "Is the sword so smart?" Well, then he will try it now. And he sent his power through it and asked the system, why is it not moving? The system responded to him to pay attention that he was talking about sufficient strength, but he couldn't. Su got angry and asked, how dare she say that he can't? He will go back now and fight his way through the Earth Kingdom, and now they will see if he can do it. Ji asked the master what he was going to do. She was still waiting for him. Su replied that she should not wait any longer. He would train. No one dares to say that he cannot. Ji blushed deeply and saw that in order to cultivate, the master did not touch her. Previously, she thought that the master was a greedy and lustful person who did not strive for cultivation. It seems that she misunderstood him. At this time, in the Duncan Temple, Su said that it took him the whole night to process all the medicines that the Healing Valley gave him. After he swallows all these pills, he doesn't believe that he can't break through to the Earth Kingdom. The system said he wasn't used to it. Did he say something bad about him? Su told him to shut up. For him, as a man, his words were a huge humiliation. He can't come to terms with it. And no one can say that he can't. No one. And then he started shoving all the medicines into his body. Su began to evolve and said that he could do it. And then the system said that he congratulated the owner on breaking through the first layer. The reward was 100 he. The system said he didn't believe. He broke through so quickly. Too scared to be irritated, Su calmed down and said that he had broken through to the Earth Kingdom. It wasn't that hard. We just had to see how the attributes had changed. Su looked at his own characteristics and asked in surprise that he had 22 years of life left. Doesn't an ordinary master live 150 years? Why does he only have this? The system said that he was constantly bullied before. Of course he got better, but there is no point in having longevity. Su told him to forget it. 22 years is long enough. Just think about how to increase it later. Right now, there is a more important thing to prove that he can do it. The system told the guy he was too strong. Su put his energy into the knife and told him to move. The knife immediately began to parry in midair. Su was very happy and said that it was different. And now he would see if he could make it move more intensely. Su immediately did not wait long and directed the energy of the sword, sending it into the wall, which cracked from the sword. Su was surprised that it was so fast. He threw it before he was ready. This trick is perfect for surprise attacks. The system said that in any case, he is quite strong, but he still thinks about hidden attacks. He is hopeless. Su asked him what he knew. He had never heard the old saying. Don't worry about the pathetic development. What happened? The system. Now he was convinced that the master could do it. The system told the guy that he knew he could. Su started laughing and said that he had already said that. No one dares to say that he can't. But suddenly someone kicked the door and entered the room. Su was surprised and asked who came there. The guy told Su that he was really good. How dare he not show up to meet His Highness? Did he want to die? Su turned around and asked in surprise, is this Chu Ao Feng, the prince of Chu country? At this time, in Yushufang, a servant told the emperor that the prince had come to Danqian Temple and had already met Su. The emperor said that everything was according to his plan. He asked, has Yuqi Weide returned? The servant replied that General Yuqi hurried back from the border last night. The emperor said, that's fine then. Now he will wait for Su to attack the prince. Once he makes a move, he will take the opportunity to attack him and ask Yuchi to deal with him and ask about his secrets. The servant asked the emperor if he really had to wait for Su to act against the prince. If Su was furious, what would happen to the prince? The emperor replied that he was just a useless prince, and if necessary, he would use another. Compared to Su's secrets, what was an ordinary prince worth? The servant said that his highness was farsighted. The slave admired him. The emperor replied that the secret that turned Su from trash into a great master of medicine would soon be revealed. The prince told Su to kneel before his highness, otherwise he would die. Su asked in a surprised voice, "Kneel before him? Is he worthy of it?" He thought, what is the situation with Chu Aofeng? Why did he come here? The prince got angry and said that trash dares to say that he is unworthy. He will tell him that sooner or later the country of Chu will belong to Lao Tzu, and he has committed a grave crime for disrespecting the future emperor. The prince ordered his men to immediately seize Su and send him to prison. Su asked why Chu Tianming chose a fool like him as a prince. He would teach him a lesson, and he told Xiaoran that he would leave it to him. Xiaoran immediately replied that she agreed. The warriors were surprised when they saw the girl and asked, "Who is this?" The warriors started saying that they were so cold, and wasn't she human? Xiaoran replied that they were right. Ning was a ghost. Let them come and play with him. The warriors were very scared and started shouting that it was a ghost, and they even shouted the names of their victims so that she would save them. But suddenly, everything turned out much worse. They felt the smell of poison, which slowly entered their bodies. Ning started laughing and told them to sleep peacefully for a few days. The prince asked how a piece of trash could have a ghost servant of the heavenly kingdom as a guard. Ning asked the master what to do with it. The prince told Su that if he touched it, his father would kill him. Su replied that he just wanted an explanation from Chu Tianming and ordered Ning to tie him up. Ning listened to him and said that she was good at tying people up. The prince started to run, but suddenly he was completely tied up and asked for help. Ning finished the order and said that was all. Su was very surprised and asked that she had such skills. Ning replied that she had deep knowledge in rope tying. Su said that he also had deep knowledge. They could have a more in-depth discussion. But suddenly someone burst into the room and looked for a guy named Su. The guy was surprised and asked who else this brought to them. The boy asked how Su dared to do something against the prince. The prince said it was General Yuchi, and Su would be dead. Su thought that this guy was the great general of the Chu country, the 8th layer of the heavenly realm, Yuchi Weide. Yuchi told Su that the old man thought of him as the master, but he spat on him now. But he dared to take inch. Emperor Chu will not tolerate this. Su asked, "Didn't General Yuchi ask about the reason?" Yuchi replied that he didn't care about the reason. The old man only saw that he had fallen below treason, so let him prepare for burial. Then Su said that he finally understood what was going on today. Chu Tianming, this guy is really good. Not only can he travel through shadows, but he is also quite agile and nimble. Yuchi asked the boy how he dared to directly call the emperor's name. "This is disrespect to the emperor. This is a first-degree crime." Ning stood up for the enemy and told him not to dare touch his master. Huang also came and supported him by telling him not to dare touch. Huang told the master not to panic. There were 2 of them. Yuchi replied that the boy was being guarded by 2 protectors of the heavenly kingdom. Their power was not small. However, do they think they can stop him? Yuchi pounced on them and said that this was ridiculous. Huang used defense and said that this was very bad. He did not believe that he could not stop one person from the heavenly realm. Yuchi used his attacks and told them to get out of his way. His strength was really great, and Huang and Ning were unable to resist him. Yuchi said that 2 people from the heavenly realm are not comparable to him. After all, he is the 8th level of the heavenly realm, and no one can save Su today. Su flexed his hands and said that indeed, in terms of realm, except for Li Qiufeng, who has a 9th level heavenly realm, no one can surpass him. And in that case, he can only. Yuchi said that only now does he know how to beg for mercy, but it's too late for that. Su replied that he could only save himself. Yuchi asked in surprise, "Save himself?" He didn't think he could survive with the 1st level of the earthly realm, right? Su raised his hand and told him not to worry, let him wait a minute. The system immediately said that all the skills were filled. The system immediately congratulated him on his transition to the 10th level of the Earth realm. Su at this moment became even stronger and was even confident in his abilities. Su turned to General Yuchi and asked, "Now does he see how strong he is?" Yuchi replied and said that he really has the strength of the 10th Earth Kingdom. It seems that he hides it well. Su replied that it was true. He was a reserved person and always hid it. The guy knew that he would survive. He could rely on this trick to catch him off guard. Yuchi told the boy that if he could reach the 10th level of the Earth realm at such a young age, then he really did have some talents. But for the Heavenly Kingdom, there is only one outcome, and that is victory. Yuchi immediately attacked the guy and told Su to die. Su felt that this attack was so fast, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. He would have to fight. Su stood in front of him and said that he would take his attack. And against Yuchi's attack, he used a protective seal. But Yuchi's attack was so strong that Su felt such power that even his protective seal couldn't help. Su knew that if it weren't for his multi-layered defense, he would have been seriously injured, if not even died from that blow. Yuchi decided to attack again and said that even with his Earth Kingdom, he was able to withstand such a strong blow. Wan shouted to his master to be careful, but Ning told her master to get out of there. Su asked, "Kill him? He's not good enough yet." And with a flick of his finger, he told the enemy that the sword was already behind him. Yuchi didn't understand at first, but then he turned around and saw the sword. Su immediately told him to die. Yuchi said that he couldn't die here, and decided that he had to dodge, but the sword hit his hand and seriously injured him. Yuchi said that Su had suddenly injured the artery on his arm, and he had almost killed him. Su replied, "What a pity. It is worthy of a person of the 8th level of the heavenly realm to be in the air and be able to dodge." Yuchi got very angry and said that he was a nasty boy. He hurt his hand, and now he was going to turn him into ashes. Su was surprised and asked him, "Does he think that only this sword was prepared for him?" Yuchi asked, "What?" Su apologized with a smile and said that he really only prepared one sword. And after saying goodbye, he informed him that that was all for today. They would meet again in the near future. Yuchi got angry and said that he had been seriously deceived, and with a blow to the ground he asked him to come back. But suddenly a large amount of water gathered around them, so that Su had to swim to move. Yuchi shouted at him that he would not let him go. After swimming to the other side, Su said that it was too dangerous. Fortunately, he quickly escaped. Otherwise, it would have ended badly. And the 8th level of the heavenly realm is really difficult to deal with. But the system told him that it was wrong, and he asked, "Isn't this the palace of the magic fox? And they haven't escaped. He's still in the palace." Su said that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Chu Tianming and General Yuchi must be looking for him in the city now. They absolutely cannot imagine that he has not left the palace. The system asked, "Is this the legendary darkness under the lights?" Su replied that it is true. Let him learn from his master. He is an expert when it comes to escaping. The system told the boy that he had escaped. Having gotten rid of his sense of superiority, Su replied that since Chu Tianming had dared to make a move against him, he would do something to his concubine. Opening the door, Su turned to Fox and told him to come out and serve the master. Ching asked him, "Didn't he run away?" She was worried about him. Su asked if she was really worried about him, and touching her face, he said that he thought she wanted him to never come back after he ran away. King hugged him and replied that she was now the master's pet, so of course she was worried about him. And what's more, today, the master used a technique from the earthly realm to seriously damage the 8th level, heavenly realm General Ochi, and heroically retreated. It was truly amazing. He completely conquered everything. Su started laughing and said that this was only the 8th level of the heavenly realm. When he became stronger, he would kill him. Qing replied that she believed that the master could do it. Su sat on the divan and asked how he could increase his strength. He has already reached the 10th level of the Earth Kingdom. Skill points increase strength, but do not allow him to increase the level of the kingdom. He will have to think of other ways. At this time, Qing looked at him and saw that the owner thought a lot, and it was so attractive. Su asked Qing if there were any powerful techniques in her clan. Qing replied that their clan had two main schools, the illusion school and the physical arts school. Her sister specialized in illusion, and she specialized in physical arts. The main technique of the physical arts school is called the 100 battle tactics, which is a heavenly level technique. Su asked in surprise, "Is it a heavenly level technique? And let him tell me how powerful is the 100 battle technique." Ching replied that the 100 fights technique is the highest fighting technique of the Fox clan. After cultivation, the body's fighting potential will be pushed to the limit. Not only will the speed be greatly improved, but every part of the body can become extremely hard and destructive. But Su stopped her and asked what she just said, that every part of the body would become extremely hard. Every place? Ching asked the owner what was the matter. Su replied that nothing. He was just thinking of a funny use. Let him quickly teach him the technique of 100 battles. Ching agreed, and replied that the secret of the technique and told everything in detail. Su said that he understood. He had 1,000,000 skill points. Once he learned it, he would become the strongest in an instant. Su asked the girl if it was difficult or not. Ching told the master that it was indeed difficult and that she should not move anymore. It was painful. Su replied that even the hair on his legs was so stiff, this technique was really the best. Ching told the master that he had pricked himself and even his hands were swollen. Su replied that he would compensate her later. Now that he had learned the 100 battles technique, it was time to meet General Yuchi again. In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor himself was shouting and saying that they were a bunch of worthless trash. They still haven't found Su Cheng. The prince replied to his father that this little Su must have been afraid of General Yuchi. He might have even fled the kingdom. The Emperor told his son to shut his stinking mouth. If Su ran away, how could he get his secret out of him? The secret had to be his. The prince replied that Su must still be in the kingdom and his father would be able to learn his secret. And suddenly a servant came in and told the Emperor that there was news about Su Chen. The Emperor immediately ordered him to speak. The servant replied that Su had challenged General Yuchi to a fight tomorrow at noon. The Emperor asked in surprise, "Challenged to a fight?" The prince asked, "Su dared to publicly challenge General Yuchi?" And they were still worried that they would not be able to find him. He did not expect that he would take the initiative and would beg for death. It is true. The Emperor immediately hit him and told him to shut up. The prince did not expect this from his father and shed a tear. The Emperor said that he was an idiot. Su had been able to kill General Yuchi with the help of the Earth Realm before, but he was still physically inferior. And now that he dared to challenge him publicly, it meant that he was confident that he could defeat General Yuchi. The prince asked, "Defeat General Yuchi? How is that possible? Could his strength have increased so quickly? It has only been a few days?" The servant told His Majesty not to forget that Su has a big secret, and they must think it all through carefully in advance. If Chu really defeats General Yuchi, no one else in the kingdom will be able to stop him. The Emperor told the servant to go to Mount Julian immediately and bring Mr. Ghost here. The servant asked, "Mr. Ghost?" But it would cost them a lot of money. The Emperor replied that he could think of nothing else. Su must die. And what's more, if they can learn Su's secret, no matter how high the price, it's worth it. The servant said that he would go to Mount Julian immediately. The prince asked his father, "Who is Master Ghost? Will he be able to deal with Su?" The Emperor replied that he did not need to know anything, except that Mr. Ghosta was outside the kingdom of heaven. The prince asked, "Outside the heavenly realm?" "Excellent. This little Su Chen is already dead." The Emperor saw that every time they asked for help from Mr. Ghost, besides various jewels, he asked for a new title. If he was not satisfied with the new title, he could turn him, the idiot, into a corpse. Arriving at the temple, Don King Su said that he had returned. Huang and Ning were very happy to see the master. Huang asked the master why he publicly challenged General Yuchi. General Yuchi had already recovered from his injuries, so it was unwise to challenge him now. Su asked, "Do they think that their master cannot be an opponent to General Yuchi?" Su told them not to worry. If the master publicly challenges him, it means he is confident in his abilities. Wan asked that the master's strength has increased again. He is an incredible master. For him, increasing his strength is like drinking a glass of water. They admire him. Su told the old man to stop following him. There was a big battle tomorrow. He was going to have a good rest and recharge his batteries. But suddenly Yanran came and asked the guy if he had returned. She thought he had died. Su replied that she clearly cared about him, but she was tough on him, and he had learned a new trick. Would she like to learn from him? Or was she afraid that she would fail? Su told her to go and see which was harder, her mouth or his movements. Yanran asked him how hard he could be. She didn't believe it. The next day, people gathered in the center of the city and said that Su had challenged General Yuchi. Does he really think he can win? The guy replied that, in his opinion, Su didn't know that he could no longer hide, so he publicly challenged him, hoping that he would be forgiven. But it's no use. Let them just look at General Yuchi's murderous aura. He will definitely not be forgiven. Su will die if he dares to come. Ning said that it was already past noon. Why hadn't the master come yet? What kind of movement did the master teach Yanran? Did it really take that long? Huan said that the master was worthy of being a master, and the new techniques were so magnificent that they truly aroused admiration and envy among the students. Ning replied that this master was not here now, so there was no need to flatter him. Huang asked her, what did she know? The highest level of flattery is to flatter regardless of whether the master is there or not. And she must flatter sincerely, with true feelings and real love. The prince told his father that time had passed. Su had not come yet. Was he afraid to come? The emperor replied that Su was arrogant and unbridled. He said that he would definitely come. We must wait a little longer. The emperor hoped and thought that he must come. Su must die before his eyes so that he could be at peace. At this time, Yanran heard their conversation and understood that the master was not arrogant. He was confident in himself. And then suddenly Su came and said that they were all blind, and he was a little late. Let them just look at their faces, as if he owed them money. The emperor was surprised and knew in advance that this guy would really come. The prince told his father to look. Su's legs were shaking. This kid must be terribly scared inside. Yanran saw his condition and thought, didn't the owner rest last night? What happened to him? Ning said that the master was in a bad state. Could it be that the new techniques were extremely difficult? Huang replied that it seemed that the discussion yesterday was very tense. But however, based on the master's strength, cultivation base, and foresight, even if he is not well rested, he will definitely win. Su knew that he had underestimated Yanran's potential. He thought that after learning new techniques, he would be able to get rid of her. But he didn't expect that he would be beaten day and night. He had never seen Yanran so strong before. So this is what it's like to meet someone strong. Yuchi turned to Su and said that he didn't expect that he would actually dare to come. This is manly. However, he thought that Su would only dare to take the initiative to challenge when he broke through to the heavenly realm. But he didn't expect it to happen like this. He was here to beg for mercy? Su told the warrior not to be stupid. It was time to begin. As soon as he finished the fight, he would go to rest. He was so tired that even his back hurt. Yuchi started attacking and shouted at the guy that he was crazy. He shouldn't think he could get away with it a second time. He would die under his iron fist today. Su replied that his new move had failed against Yanran, but he didn't believe that he couldn't handle him. Su immediately used his hardening technique and attacked, hitting Yuchi's fist, after which an explosion occurred. Yuchi was very surprised and asked how he was able to stop his iron fist. Su exhaled and said that he had blocked it. It seemed that he was gradually regaining the confidence he had lost with Yanran. Yuchi attacked again and asked how the Earth Kingdom could compare in strength to him. He must have just been lucky. Now they'll see if he can block it. Su also rushed back and asked, luck? Well, now they will look at this luck. Yuchi used his fist first, then his foot, and in the end he said that he didn't believe that Su had such a hard head. People asked that Su was actually equal to General Yuchi, the 8th level of the heavenly realm. Didn't this mean that the gap between the kingdom of earth and the kingdom of heaven was like the difference between heaven and earth? When did these kingdoms become comparable? The emperor said that this must be Su's big secret that increased his strength in just a few days. The emperor hoped that he would die. This secret would be his. And then Huan said that they were a bunch of ignoramuses. For his master, this was business as usual. He was not surprised. Ning said that the master rose like this. Then there is hope for her revenge. She went after the wrong man. Here is her master. But with every attack from Yuchi, Su found something to match. The warrior said that this was no coincidence. He actually had the strength to fight him. Su said that he was already so strong. If he broke through to the heavenly realm, he would become invincible in the entire southern Xinjiang. Yuchi said that he admits that he underestimated him. With the same cultivation base that he has, He is not as ignorant as the rumors say. He is an unearthly genius. Su was surprised and asked that General Yuchi was complimenting him, thus admitting defeat. Yuchi replied that in his life he had fought in hundreds of different battles, and each time he was ready to give his life, but never admit defeat. He praises him because he is the one who is worthy of his strongest technique. Everyone knows that he fights this world with iron fists. But who knows? He is also the strongest swordsman. Su has earned his respect. Today, in this fight for life, he will defeat the guy. Su said that it was an honor to receive his respect. And in that case, let him experience the strongest blow of the 8th level of the heavenly world. Yuchi pounced on him and told the boy to be careful. His strongest blow was coming, but Su pointed his knife straight at him and ordered him to attack, and pointed his fingers straight at Yuchi. Yuchi didn't expect this. He tried to hold on until the end, but Su's knife cut his blade and passed through his shoulder. Su asked if he was sure. Yuchi replied that he was grateful for his mercy. He might be wrong, but if he hadn't moved the flying sword a few centimeters, the blade would have passed through his heart, right? Su replied that he had a keen eye. Yuchi confessed and said that he had lost. People began to shout that Su had won. From the initial level of the earthly world, he decisively won over the 8th level of the heavenly world. But one of the people present asked everyone, "They keep calling Su Chen by name. Are they tired of living? After all, this is their noble master Su." Yanran was impressed by him and saw that their master was so strong. With his help, she and her sister would have a chance to take back Mount Kangman. The prince told his father that this boy Su had won. What should they do? Maybe he was preparing to strike straight at them. The emperor got angry and told him to shut his mouth. Let him be quiet until Ho Song brings Mr. Ghost. The prince said it was true. They still have Mr. Ghost. He exists outside the heavenly stage. When he gets here, Su will be dead. The emperor thought, what if Su takes advantage of the situation? He will remove this idiot and cool down this Su. Even at the cost of his life, it doesn't matter. In any case, Mr. Ghost only cares about a corpse. Su turned to General Yuchi and said that there was no need to be disappointed. He would be able to strike in 1.5 seconds just because of the power of his weapon. And under other conditions, he is not their equal at all. Yuchi replied that defeat is defeat. There is nothing to say about it. He did not kill him. What will he do with him? Su immediately threw the bottle into his hands and told him to take it. Yuchi was surprised and asked, "What is this extra healing elixir? What does he mean by that?" Su replied that the reason he did not kill him was because he was the pillar of the kingdom. Even if he wanted to die, he had to do it on the battlefield so that it would be considered an honorable death. It would be a pity to die in such a duel because of a stupid emperor. Yuchi told the boy that he not only saved his life, but he also understood him. Yuchi told Master Su that he was convinced of his defeat. In the future, if there was a request, he would do anything without hesitation. Su told General Yuchi that he spoke too highly of him. Let him recover from his wounds as soon as possible. The kingdom will need him. Yuchi replied that he was returning to the border, and it was time for him to say goodbye to Great Master Su. Su was overjoyed that he had succeeded. He had conquered another heavenly realm and could fight with it, so he would definitely be able to put it to good use in the future. People surrounded him and said that they had long ago realized that Master Su was not a pond. As expected, he turned into a dragon as soon as he encountered the storm. Su was happy and understood that these guys knew how to make the most of the situation. Then the emperor came out and said that it was a great blessing for the people of Chu to have Su as the master of their country. Su replied that the emperor was happy, but a little sad. Inexplicably, he was provoked at home for no reason, forced to wander around the streets for several days. Su knew that this old fox Chu Tianming really knew how to pretend. He thought that he didn't know that all this was arranged by him. And then the emperor replied that he would give Master Su an explanation. Soldiers, let him take the crown prince and put him in the heavenly prison. The prince was surprised by this and asked his father what he wanted. Aren't they waiting for Mr. Ghost? But the emperor hit him and told him to shut up. The emperor ordered the soldiers to seize him and take him away immediately, and saw that his son had told almost everyone about Mr. Ghost. Lai was thinking at this moment, what did this Chuao Feng just say? Mr. Ghost? Is this the plan they set up? Ning was thinking at this moment, did she hear correctly? Mr. Ghost? The Emperor told Su that he sent the Crown Prince to the heavenly prison. What does he propose to do with him? He took it upon himself to insult him, so he could kill him if he wanted. Su replied that they should rest while he was tired from fighting. Su knew that this Chu Tianming was ruthless enough to stall for time. He used his son to insult him. He alone was enough. The Emperor became very angry after hearing these words and told Master Su to take care of himself. Huang followed the master and asked him to wait for him. Ning thought, if it really was that guy, what should she do? The Emperor thought that Su was not worried. He would let him have a good rest. Then Mr. Ghost would arrive and he could rest forever. Huang asked the master, did he just forget about it? The prince taking matters into his own hands was obviously all arranged by Chu Tianming. Su asked, forget about it? Of course no, but now is not the time. The day he breaks through the heavenly realm, the Chu kingdom will be destroyed. At this time, he will change the Chu kingdom. Not only that, the entire southern border of the sky will change. Wan said that Master is too humble. How can a simple southern border accommodate him? Master is a man who wants to dominate the entire continent. Su ordered him to return to refining pills now. He wants to break through to the heavenly realm as soon as possible. This guy Chu Tianming must have orchestrated a plan to destroy him. Huang immediately ran and said that he would go and prepare the herbs. Ning knew that if the master broke through to the heavenly realm, would he be able to deal with this person? At this time, in Dongqing Temple, Su trained all the time and used all the medicines without hesitation or disappointment. But suddenly he started spitting blood and thought that he was still stuck. The heavenly realm is really not that easy to break through, and this strong effect of cultivating pills is useless to him. It is necessary to strengthen their effect. He asked Huan Zhen if there was an elixir that was best for breaking through to the heavenly realms, and it was the 3-color pill. It's just that the other ingredients of the 3-color pill are easy to collect, but the main ingredient, 3-color ginseng, is an extremely rare medicinal herb. It is very difficult to find in the southern border. Chu Tianming might turn against him at any time. He had to break through to the heavenly realm as soon as possible, but the tricolor ginseng was not easy to find. How should they deal with it? Then Huan came and told the master that there was someone outside who wanted to see him. Su asked, that another gift giver, right? The usual rules. Let them leave their offering, but don't look at the person. Huang told the master that he thought Su should meet this man because the girl Ling Yue Lu had come. Su was immediately surprised and asked what was Miss Lin who couldn't get what she wanted. Let her go quickly. Huan told the master to watch his character. His figure in front of Miss Lin is the personality of a man with an extraordinary character. Su said that he almost forgot and ordered Huang to let Miss Lin in. Huan replied that a decent master has good acting skills, and he will tell Miss Lin to come in. Huan led her in and told her that Miss Lin had arrived. Lin was glad that she saw him again. He was still as proud and valiant as ever. Su said that he understood and ordered Huang to go down. The old man told the master that this model let him continue in the same spirit. Lin said that she welcomed Mr. Su. He told Miss Lin that there was no need to be formal, as the saying goes. Su knew that things like pretending to be an important person were too easy for him. But when he saw Miss Lin's chest, his eyes immediately became fixated on it. At this point, Su told Miss Lin that he was really sorry. Seeing her again, he realized that her character was even better than last time, so he was surprised for a moment. He apologized. Su immediately realized that they were even more than last time who could endure it. Lin immediately thanked him for the compliment. She saw that Mr. Su was really different from other men. He didn't hide it, but said it directly. This is further proof that he is a man with an open heart after all. Su asked if General Lin's wound had healed. He knew that he couldn't look lower. He had to control his eyes. Lin replied that thanks to the master's life-sustaining pills, her father's injuries had healed, and he would be able to recover in just a few days. Su said that it was nothing special. Lin replied that for Mr. Su it was a small thing, but for her Lin family it was a real gift. And so she came especially to pay her respects and let him accept this gift. Su began to refuse and said that he helped out of respect for General Ling Shu. He would never accept a gift from her. And he saw tricolor ginseng in the box. Lin said that it was worthy of a patriarch-level pill refiner. He recognized it at first sight. It had been passed down in the Lin family, but no one had been able to refine it, so she offered it to him to put it to good use. Sue wondered why he didn't ask first what kind of gift it was. What should he do? If he accepted it, wouldn't he lose his reputation? Lin said that she knew that it was not enough to thank him for saving the Lin family, but she also knew that a noble and pure person like him would not think about gifts. But this is a small token of appreciation from her Lin family. If he doesn't accept it, her father will blame her. Sue said that in that case, he couldn't make her life difficult, so he would make an exception and accept the gift. Lin thanked him for making an exception for her. Lin thought that Mr. Sue said that he made an exception for her. Does this mean that she is a special person in his heart? Sue saw what a good girl she was. She took a big step for him in a difficult time. Lin told Sue that she couldn't stay here for long. She might have to go back soon. Before he said goodbye, was there anything he wanted to tell her? Sue told her to tell General Lin that he would visit him another day. He understood that she was leaving so soon, but he couldn't seem to ask her to stay according to her personality. Lin said that she understood everything and would definitely convey everything to her father. In that case, she would leave him immediately. Lin was surprised that he didn't even let her stay. Yisu thought that he didn't want to make the same mistake and miss her again. Then Sue turned to her and said that he knew she didn't have much time, but could she stay for one day? Lin was delighted and replied that if it was for one day, it was possible, and he left her. Sue said that Miss Lin said she would stay for one day. She was really leaving in 24 hours. Why couldn't she stay for a few more days? Was she disappointed with his behavior? Then Huang told the master that his disciple had told him that Miss Ling Yue had left town. Sue rushed out and asked, "Didn't she say anything when she left?" Huang replied that, as expected of him, master, he had guessed everything. Miss Lin really had something to tell him. She said that she was very happy today. Sue asked again, was she happy today? Did she really mean that he had arranged her? And then Sue started laughing and said that he had told Huan how could any woman be disappointed in him. Huan kept saying that this was all the work of a master. It only took one day to feed Miss Lin. He admires him so much. And yes, Miss Lin also said that she expected him to reach the peak of the southern border. Sue replied that this gentle girl even had such high expectations for him. Then there was no way he could let her down. Sue asked, "Has the 3-flower pill been prepared yet?" Huang told the master that it was so wonderful. It was all thanks to the 3-colored ginseng from Miss Ling. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have had to wait to prepare this pill. Sue said that he could feel Miss Yuelu's heart in this pill. Now he wants to break through to the heavenly realm with this pill. Huan told the master that he would be outside the door guarding him. He felt that women were the greatest motivation for men to advance. Sue immediately took this magic pill and began a great deal of work trying to make a breakthrough. And then the system jumped out and said that it congratulated him on breaking through to the first level of the heavenly kingdom. Sue was very happy at that moment and said that everything worked. He was able to get here. The system popped up again and said that he congratulated the host on officially joining the path of the powerful. An additional reward in the grand winning lottery. Sue asked in surprise, "Another lottery?" And he remembers that the last time he won 1,000,000 points. Does the system think that luck will turn to him this time? The system stood its ground and told the guy not to even dream of such a chance. And this time, fortune smiled on him. If he wins the grand prize again, he will eat his shit. Sue asked him, does he want to cheat on food and water? Fine. If the system wants to eat, he will satisfy its needs. Now he will show him what it means to be chosen. The system told him not to be so sure. He can't even imagine how many hosts there were who tried to force him to do this. And one of them did not succeed in this matter, and he is no exception. Sue replied that no, it means that he will be the first who can. Sue pressed the button without hesitation and waited for the wheel to respond, while the system was shaking with excitement and said that it would not happen. And then the wheel stopped on a big prize. The system screamed in pain that he couldn't believe it. He won the lottery again. Sue started dancing with joy and saying that he was lucky again. He told the system that he would be the first one who could, didn't he? The system said that the guy won the main prize twice. It's impossible. And probably God is mocking him. Sue opened the system and said that he would see how strong the divine level skill was, which could be called the supreme prize along with 1,000,000 skill points. And then he saw that he had the ability of lightning movement. This is a God-level ability. Who can stop him if he runs with this ability? Su immediately told the system to hurry up and raise this skill to the maximum level. The system asked, "To the maximum level?" But this time he refuses him, because he can't. Su asked in surprise, "Can't? Why is that? He has 1,000,000 points." The system asked in response, "What's so special about 1,000,000 points? Let him see for himself." Su read it and started to say in surprise, "To raise to the second level you need to spend 100,000 points? And 1,000,000 to raise to the third?" The system started to mock him and asked the boy if he could see. Lightning movement is a god-level skill. It takes 1,000,000 skill points to level up to the max, so don't fool yourself. Su said it was very expensive and ordered the system to upgrade it to level 2 first. The system responded that it was possible to increase to the second level, but not to the third. The system said that it congratulated the host. Su spent 100,000 points to upgrade lightning movement to level 2. The system asked the boy, "Are you confident in your abilities? Let him not be arrogant, even when he has so many points." In the system of their world, things worth more than 1,000,000 skill points are like sand. The system told him to be more modest. At the same time, to respect the system, he must get rid of his glasses. Su asked him if he was still trying to teach him. Maybe he had forgotten something? And then the system remembered and answered that yes. The system asked how she could forget about it. He was too worried. Su grabbed her and replied that she should let him remind her. He remembered that she said she would eat shit if he won the lottery. The system told Su that he said that to ease the tension, to make him relax, and in doing so, he won. He only helped him by saying that. Su said that then he would thank him, and he would make him eat a freshly baked piece. How lucky he was. And suddenly a dog passed right next to them and did its business on the road. The system started running away and asking, "Where did this dog come from?" Everything happened so suddenly, and suggested that we eat sometime later. Su grabbed her and said no. It was necessary for the plot, and let him not drag it out and get his winnings, otherwise he would cool off, and immediately began to slowly bring it to the shit. The system screamed that it was not necessary, and he was wrong, and he could let go. Su said it was too late, but suddenly Huang burst in and shouted to the master that something bad had happened here. Su was surprised and asked what was going on. The system opened its eyes and saw that he was saved. Huang replied that Master Chu Tianming had recently conveyed to them the words that the prince had died a cruel death in the dungeon. Su was surprised and asked, "Chu Aofeng is dead?" Huang replied that yes, that's what Chu Tianming told them. He said that the prince insulted the master, and he wants the master to go and see if he can find the one who killed the prince or not. Su asked in surprise, should he go? But it seemed that Chu Tian's reinforcements were already ready to go, and of course he was ruthless enough to lure him into the bait, but he did not hesitate to kill his own son. Wan replied that it was true. He had definitely set a trap in the dungeon this time to kill him. And he would go to the emperor and say that the master could not go. Su said no. He wanted to go. Chu Tianming was so generous as to invite him. How could he refuse? Huang told the master that it would not be that easy. He would be in trouble if he went there thoughtlessly. Su said that the emperor was preparing, and he himself was preparing too. He said that the heavenly kingdom would be destroyed the day he entered it. And now the time has come. Huang asked the master, did he break through to the heavenly kingdom? Then everything is fine. Even in the earthly kingdom, he can overcome the 8th level of the heavenly kingdom, and now he will have no equal, and he will go with him. And then Su told the old man that he would go alone. Huang was surprised and asked the master what he thought, that he would only get in his way. Su replied that no, he just didn't want to get hurt, and let him triumph. Huang said after the master that he was worried about him. He cared about him so much. He would do everything to protect their home and would wait for his return. Su wondered for a moment why the good relationship between teacher and student began to sound like brotherly love. He has to get out of here because he can't take risks, otherwise he will be faster. But suddenly he found the prince's body and thought that maybe the cause of death was this ring on the forehead. But where does this energy come from? And then the emperor told him that his son was not very strong, but he could not die like that. And the master was a master of medicine. And now he asks the master to find out the reason for the death of his poor son and allow him to avenge him later. Su told his majesty not to worry. He would do his best and let him take him to the right place. The boy saw that the emperor was acting, but he could at least shed a tear. It was so disrespectful of him. The emperor replied that his son was inside the dungeon. Let the master go ahead as a sign of respect. Su did not refuse and agreed. At the moment, he thought that the emperor's son was dead, but still in the dungeon. Every fool knows that this is a trap. Su started walking and suddenly turned around and asked, "Won't they come with him?" The emperor replied that he wouldn't go because it was a coffin, his coffin. Then the emperor told Su that he knew the boy was good at running away, but now he had nowhere to run. The emperor said that his guests are waiting for him inside. Let him enjoy. Su asked, "Is there no way to the earth or the sky? He can get out of here without teleportation. But he wants to see what guests are waiting for him there and why he is so confident in them." Su started walking, and on the way he asked why there was not a single prisoner in the dungeon. Was he afraid of something? And Chu Tianming can't be conscientious. He thinks he doesn't care about the prisoners' lives. After all, he even killed his own son. At that moment he saw the body and thought that the cause of death was this ring on the forehead. But where does this energy come from? Su released his energy and thought that maybe Ning Yang's servant was a ghost. She knew everything. Su Ning asked. Chu Aon's corpse was shrouded in a dense ghostly aura. Does she know what it could be related to? Ning asked in surprise. Is it Yeyu's ghost? It could be. And then she answered the master to run away from here. It is very dangerous here. Su asked her what was wrong. Why was she so scared? Ning replied that she would explain everything to him later. It was time to run. But suddenly he heard a strange sound that began to be emitted behind them. It was the prince, but a ghost had entered into him. Ning saw the ghost and shouted to the master to be careful. Turning around, he saw that the prince was attacking him. Ning was very scared and screamed in fear at the owner to run away. But when she turned around, she saw Su knocking down the ghost. Su said that one death was not enough. He jumped up and took it again. He is so restless. Ning told the master that it was good that he was safe. She was very scared. Su replied that he did not know what he was afraid of, but he could tell her that she had nothing to fear when he was around. Ning thanked master and said that she did not hide anything from him, but Chu Aofeng was shrouded in a ghost. And suddenly a ghost appeared and said that it was her. The boys did not expect this and covered their faces. Ning was very scared and said that the ghost was really here. Su replied that it seemed like he was the special guest. And how did Ning know him? And then the ghost showed his appearance and said that after 7 centuries they met again. Nin. Su was surprised and asked, "What? 7 centuries?" Ning told the master that he was the one who turned her into a ghost 700 years ago. Su said, "That's it. He got it. So it turns out that he was the one who turned Chu Aofeng into a zombie, right?" The ghost replied that at first he wanted to get this body for himself to be reborn in it, but he is too weak physically, so his ceiling is to be a zombie. Su asked in surprise, "To be reborn in a body? Is this his secret to longevity?" The ghost replied that it was. Throughout this entire time, he had been searching for someone who could become a suitable vessel for him. The ghost said that Su would defeat Chu Ao with one blow, which means he is physically well developed. If he can obtain his body, he can live for another 100 years. This trip to the mountains was not wasted. But then Ning stood up for the master and told him not to touch and ordered the master to run. The ghost asked her, "Is she here to detain him? And can she?" Maybe she forgot, but he is his first master. Ning replied that she had never considered him her master, only an enemy. And today, she would not allow him to harm her master, even if her soul. And then Su stopped her and said that she shouldn't say such words. He told her that he was under his protection and no one would touch her. Ning told the master that he was very strong. He had reached the realm of heaven 700 years ago. Su asked her. She considers him her master, which means that her revenge is his revenge. And no matter who stands in front of him, he will help her take revenge. The ghost said that he appreciates the guy's confidence, because it reminds him of him when he was younger. The guy's body is getting better and better for him with every passing second. Su told the ghost that if he liked it, he should come and take it. What was there to waste time on? The ghost said that he didn't need to approach them because there was someone who would do it for him. And he directed his energy into Ning's head. Su was surprised and asked, "What?" Ning was screaming in pain at this time and asked the master, "What's going on?" She can't control herself. Sue got angry and asked what he did to her. The ghost replied that the spell was still working. He said that he was her first master. Of course, he can't control her completely, but he can make her do something for him. Sue took hold of his sword and told the ghost to stop right now. The ghost told him not to worry. Seeing his blood, it would stop. After all, he was her new master now. The ghost immediately gave her the order to attack. Ning screamed at the master to hit her. She didn't want to hurt him, but Sue didn't even move away and stood there. Ning attacked him and let the master's blood out and immediately began to cry. The ghost told the guy if he could see, he didn't lie to him. She stopped when she saw his blood. Ning asked the master why he didn't resist. Sue replied that it was because he couldn't do that to her. And then Sue took her and told her not to blame herself. And this is their first negative contact. He even liked it. Sue told her to go back to the soul amulet and rest. He could handle the rest himself. At parting, Ning told the master to promise that nothing would happen to him. Sue replied that he gave her his word. After these words, the ghost began to clap and say what a heartbreaking scene this was between the master and the servant. She's so ruthless. Let him see the wound he received at her hands. He'll make her fix his body. Sue replied that he shouldn't worry. He wouldn't waste any effort since he was about to meet his death. After all, Ning had hated him for 700 years all this time. He wanted to end this hatred with his death. The ghost asked in surprise, "Is he going to die?" He can't even imagine how many people wanted to kill him all this time, and how he sees he is still alive. Does the guy know why? Because they all died before they reached him. And waving his hand, he addressed the zombie army, that their way out. At that very second, zombies suddenly appeared and surrounded Sue from different sides. Sue said that he was wondering where all the prisoners were, but it turns out he turned them all into zombies. The ghost said that in order to refine these heavenly realm zombies, he spent most of his life. But it's not so scary. Soon he will renew his body with his own. And he ordered the zombies to grab his body and bring it to him. Sue said that it was amazing. They were all zombies of the heavenly kingdom. And he turned to the system and said that since he had climbed to this level, let him upgrade it to the maximum level of the heavenly kingdom. The system took him only a second and immediately began making urgent improvements. Sue said that they were all sentenced to death, even if they died. They must be reborn and become humans, and let them not become like what he sees them now. And today, he will surpass them. Sue started to destroy them all, and Ghost asked him why he was still hiding his potential. He has a perfect body of the 10th level of the heavenly kingdom. The ghost said that the boy's body would be his. Once he got his body, he would become much stronger. Sue replied that the lightning movement would be unexpected for them, but it was still early. He would wait for the best moment, 1 or 2 blows. After destroying them all, he said that he had killed them all. The ghost replied that it was impressive. He had defeated all those zombies without a single scratch. Not bad. Sue said that they were all being transferred. It was his turn, old man. The ghost replied that he did not have a perfect vessel yet. How could he want to be reborn mortal shackles? But suddenly the energy of these zombies came together and tied Sue up from different sides. Sue asked, "What is this all about?" "He can't get out." The ghost replied, so that he could keep his power, "It's an ability from the institution. He can only use 1/10 of that power, but it is more than enough to capture him, the little boy of the 10th level of the heavenly kingdom." Sue asked in surprise, "An institution?" The ghost replied that he thought that this kingdom was the pinnacle of cultivation, and for a true cultivator the heavenly kingdom is still mortal. Only outside the heavenly kingdom is it considered that he has truly entered the path of cultivation, and the starting point of this path is the establishment of an institution. Sue said that it turned out that there was such a vast world above the heavenly kingdom. The ghost replied that if he wanted to go there, he should give him his body, and he would show him the world of true cultivation. Sue told Mr. Ghost that there was no need for that. He would handle the task himself, and disappeared right in front of the ghost's eyes. The ghost was surprised and did not understand what happened, but Sue used teleportation and plunged his blade into his chest. Sue told the ghost that it seemed he was still subject to death, and was afraid of his blade. He had nothing to worry about. The ghost asked the boy how he got out of this ability. Sue pulled out his blade and told him not to bother his head. Just let him know that the time has come for him to atone for all his sins for the past 7 centuries. Su said that this is revenge for the pain he caused Ning for 7 centuries, and this is revenge for the other people he harmed. Su cut him and said that he would get this blow because he wanted to take his body. His body is only available to girls, not to him. And the last blow of his sword will send him to rest. The ghost asked him, what does he want to kill him, being on the miserable heavenly level? But suddenly the ghost let go of his hand and grabbed the guy by the throat. Su felt like his arms and legs were broken, but he could still fight back. The ghost told Su that he had exceeded all his expectations. He could even bring him to the state where he used the establishment stage. He is the Ghost Lord, calling him the strongest in the heavenly kingdom. Su replied that he should not deceive himself. He was ashamed of this. And with a flick of his finger, he directed the energy to the sword. The ghost said he still had the courage to talk to him like that, trying to buy time. His teleportation ability is impressive, but it has a recharge? It's a pity he won't wait for it. And then Su replied, that it has a recharge, but this one doesn't. And immediately he plunged his sword into his head and told him to die immediately and end his life. The ghost was surprised and said that he knew how to use the magical power of the sword, who he was. Su freed himself and asked who he was. He was the one he couldn't get. He pulled out his blade and replied that he was a tough opponent. If it weren't for the sword's magic power and teleportation, things would be very bad. But he was one step ahead. Su asked, what's so cool about being half in the institution? Just a little bit more and he'll get to that level. Su said that Mr. Ghost was dead. She was free. Ning immediately appeared and showed herself. Ning asked the masters if he was okay. Su asked in return, how could he not be okay? He took revenge for her. Ning asked in surprise, what helped her take revenge? Does that mean Mr. Ghost is dead? Su replied that he always kept his word to the girl. He told her that he would help. Nin cried loudly and said that after 7 centuries he had finally died. Her revenge had been accomplished. Ning immediately hugged the master and thanked him for his help. Su replied that she was his servant. He had to help her. Su said it was okay. Let her cry if she wanted. His shoulders would be her support. Ning replied that she would not cry anymore. She should be happy. After all, the master helped her take revenge. He was very grateful to him. Let him ask her for everything she wanted. Su asked that he could do anything. Ning replied that if he wanted something and she had it, she would do everything in her power to make it happen. Su said that was cool. Then he would take her with him. Ning had already understood what the master wanted and was embarrassed. But Su stepped aside and asked her to help him collect the loot. Ning was immediately surprised. Su told her to hurry up. He was still worried that he wouldn't be able to finish the search alone, and they might have something useful, even though they were prisoners, and he suggested that they tie them up. He would take this old bastard. Ning immediately said that he would listen to the master. And then she realized that the master did not understand what she meant. Su started laughing and said that he definitely must have something covered, and looking into his pockets asked what he grabbed, something hard and quite big. He immediately pulled it out and asked in surprise, a metal plate? Why does he need this plate? Maybe it is some kind of treasure. Su wondered what this thing was for, and casting magic, he said that he would examine it from the inside. But he didn't understand anything. Did he carry this metal thing around with him for luck? He immediately threw it away and said, what a load of crap. But suddenly it started to shine brightly and he saw it. Su said that this is the text of the Dragon Kingdom. Ning asked the master. This wouldn't have been left by his ancestors in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Su replied that they would find out now. And suddenly, symbols appeared in front of them. He immediately introduced himself. The man said that his name was also Su Yang, and he was the founder of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter who got the piece of Xuan metal, his descendant or anyone else, he would see the secret of the southern border that had been a secret for 2,000 years. The world knows that 2,700 years ago, Su Yang, Chu Shi, Qing Feng, Xiao Yu, Ning 5 people came to the southern border and founded the Dragon Kingdom, Chu country, Qin country, Xiao country, Ning country, 5 big countries. Thus they opened the southern border of flowering. But the world does not know that they did not come to the southern border voluntarily. They were expelled, and they wandered there. They all came from the largest immortal cultivation sect on the continent. The Shen Yuan clan and their cultivation abilities had reached the Sea Kingdom. They were the elders of the Divine Origin sect. They had enormous potential. One day, the five of them unintentionally obtained the forbidden technique, Heaven's Plague. Just looking at the name, one can tell that this technique is insidious. They all wanted to start practicing this technique to become one step closer to the path of a cultivator. And later the clan was angry when everyone found out about it. They were abolished and took an oath that they would not practice this technique anymore. Then they were kicked out of the clan. They didn't want to come to the southern border. They didn't want to let this heavenly technique disappear from the world. So they divided this technique into 5 heavenly techniques, namely, the dragon blood technique, the secret of the mixed elements and 10,000 elephants, the secret of Tai Xuan. Now these are the 5 secret techniques of the royal family. Once someone learns these techniques, the Heaven's Plague will be able to regain the divine day. He will die soon. The biggest regret he has in his life is that he will not live to see the execution of heaven achieved by someone, so he will write down this secret. He hopes that after obtaining the Xuan iron, the heavenly talent will be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Su said that the southern borders kept such a big secret. He is sure that the Dragon Kingdom dragon Yanggong and the kingdoms of Chu mythology may be preliminary. It turns out that they originated from the same martial arts technique. Ning asked the master, "What exactly does the name of the heavens represent?" The 5 martial arts techniques can actually create 5 great countries. Su also asked, "What is this technique? Will he know when he can obtain this technique?" There is definitely something to this technique if the 5 strongest kingdoms were born from it. Ning asked the master, "Will he train for this technique?" Now they will find out. To get to the punishment of heaven, they need to master 5 techniques. Su replied that he now had the hegemony of dragon blood and the mixed elements of universal vision. It remained to obtain the abilities of Qin, Shao, and Ning. Ning asked him that these countries would give them their secrets. Su answered that yes, they would give him everything. Even if things didn't go according to his plan, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Ning said that it was true. He even defeated the Ghost Master who surpassed the Heavenly Kingdom. No one would stop him at the southern border. In fact, she didn't know that Master was so strong now. Su said that there was one thing before he went there, and suggested that she go to the southern border to find Yu Qin. Ning asked why they needed to go to Commander Yu Qi. Su immediately replied, "To kill him." At this time, behind the doors, the servant told the emperor that there were no signs of life in the dungeon. It was all over. The emperor began to laugh and said, "Su Chen is dead! Can he really enjoy his rest now?" The emperor began to leave and told the servant to come with him. He would throw a huge feast in honor of this for 3 days. The servant asked the emperor if they should go and check, just in case. Maybe the Ghost Master had lost. The emperor replied that Mr. Ghost had surpassed the Heavenly Kingdom. How could he lose to him? He thought that Mr. Ghost was manipulating Su's body now. If they go there and disturb the Ghost Master's peace, they will anger him. The servant replied that as expected of His Highness, he had planned everything well. But suddenly, the servant saw a strange light appear behind him, and said that it was a pity that they would not know Su Chen's secret. The emperor said that he saw nothing wrong with this. Neither he nor anyone else would be able to recognize him, and let him pass on his order. Let the servant make a public statement, and say that Su of the Dragon Kingdom killed the heir to the throne and intended to overthrow, and that he is already dead. The emperor shouted that he wanted the whole world to know what would happen if they went against him. The servant went to the Danqin temple and said that Su, the prince of the Dragon Kingdom, had killed the heir to the throne with the intention of a coup. Su is now dead. Wan immediately read it and said that this could not be. How could his master die such a death? The servant replied that he had no choice but to believe. And Huang is the disciple of the traitor Su. Originally, they wanted to execute him too after what happened. But His Highness remembered the old days and gave them peace, so let him be careful from now on. Wan fell to his knees and said that the master could not die like that. But if he was alive, why hadn't he returned yet? He clearly remembered how he had told him to guard the house and wait for him to come. And then he realized that the reason the master had not returned was because he had not been looking after the house properly. If he looked after the house properly, the master would definitely return. Wan shouted to the master that he would protect this place. If they did not come here immediately, he would wait here for him as long as it took him to return home. Juan was very worried and cried and said that even until the end of his days, he will wait for him. At this time, in the palace of the fairy fox, Ching learned the news that Su Chen had died. The servant replied that everything was true. His Highness asked his henchman to inform the Imperial consort and the 9 princesses of this news. His Highness said that the bandits would no longer disturb the princesses. Ching told the servant to go down. She immediately asked her sister if she heard. The servant said that Su was dead. How could this happen? Yanran replied that it was probably true. Chu Tianming couldn't lie to them. After all, it was important to them. Ching was surprised and asked, "How did he die?" Ching told her sister that their master was no longer alive. How did she feel? Yanran replied that she was glad that he was a pervert who bothered her every day. She had long been bored with him. She feels great. She is free again. She is no longer an animal for anyone. Ching did not believe and denied. Yanran told her sister that she was a little tired and wanted to rest. Ching replied that she thought he would be the one to take them back to Mount Kangman. Yanran started to cry and thought, how could Su die? He didn't bully her enough. At this time, in the border camp, Chu and Xiao. The warrior asked how this could happen. The boy asked his father what news came from the Babali. Something serious? The warrior gave him a letter and replied that he should look at it himself. The boy read it and asked in surprise, Su is dead? Is it true? The warrior said that a spy from the Imperial city sent it to them. That's definitely true. If nothing happened, the official decree will be received within 2 days. The boy asked his father, didn't he say that Master Su was invincible? How could he fall to the hand of the Ghost Master? Who is he? The warrior answered his son that he had never seen Mr. Ghost. He only knew that he had been in the mountains for a whole year creating servants. This is Su Tangming and the most important pillar of the entire Chu royal family. His cultivation level has surpassed the heaven level. The boy was surprised and asked, heaven level? He definitely killed Su Chen. The warrior replied that he should have reminded Su at that time. He didn't expect Su Tangming to start so quickly. The guy said that Chu Tangming was definitely afraid of Su Chen's strength. He was afraid of losing his throne. There is nothing and no one more important in Chu Tangming's eyes. Only the throne is interesting to him. The warrior said that if he could not fight for the state of Chu, he was afraid that Chu Tangming would have killed him long ago. He remembers his last battle with him as the strongest and most touching battle in his life. He still hopes that he will be able to fight him, but apparently there is no hope. But suddenly someone from the street told General Yuchi that he would give him this opportunity. Yuchi was surprised and thought that it was impossible, this voice. The guy immediately pulled out his sword and asked him who he was. How dare he sneak into this tent and even alive? Yuchi punched him and said that he was a fool. Was he looking for his own death? He got down on one knee and told Master Su that he would ask for forgiveness. Su asked, what is General Yuchi doing? Let him stand up immediately. There is no need to do such things. The boy said in surprise, it's Master Su. Wasn't he killed by Mr. Ghost? How did that happen? Yuchi got angry and told his son that he was an idiot. Who was he? How was he talking to Master Su? Su told General Yuchi to calm down. He would explain everything to them now. And how could the master see that he was here and alive? And does he know what that means? The guy asked him, does that mean Master Su defeated the ghost? Is he right? Su replied that it was true. The boy said in surprise that Master Su had defeated someone who had surpassed the level of heaven. Yuchi asked, is his strength at such a high level? Yuchi thought about it because he still wanted to have a discussion with him. Could it be called a discussion? It would be mockery of himself. Su replied that Mr. Ghost had died in his arms, and now Tianming's trump card was dead, so he came here to discuss something with General Yuchi. Yuchi asked in surprise, what happened? Su replied that a rematch was needed. The general asked in surprise, a rematch? After all, with Master Su's strength, killing Chu Tianming would be easy. Why did he need to discuss this with him? Su replied that he didn't just want to kill him. Yuchi asked that the master wanted to ascend the throne of Chu. Su asked, what does he care about him? Destroying Chu is only the first step. He wants to take over all of southern Xinjiang. Su asked the general if he wanted to help him. Yuchi asked in surprise, the whole of southern Xinjiang? Ning was very happy and proud of her master at this time. And this will only be the beginning for her master. He will conquer the whole world. The guy said that, as expected of Master Su, he already has his eye on southern Xinjiang. The boy asked his father what he thought. Let him hurry up. Didn't he expect something more? Master Su knows him better than anyone, so he shouldn't even doubt it. Yuchi turned to Su and said that he wanted to ask one last question. He hoped that everything would become clear to him. The guy replied that he was listening. Yuchi asked the master what he would get if he followed him. Su replied that he would unite 1,000,000 soldiers and conquer the entire world. And isn't that enough for the general? Yuchi immediately knelt down and replied that his 200,000 army would obey their lord's orders. Whatever the lord said, that's what they would do. The soldiers would go through fire and water, and would not lose their loyalty to the lord until death. Su was delighted and said that this was a very wise decision. Let them get ready, because tomorrow morning they would go to the royal capital. Yuchi went outside and shouted for all the colonels to gather. Su asked Ning to go with him to the capital of Shao. After all, there was still a little time, just to take away the secret teachings of the Shao royal family. Ning immediately agreed to go with him. At this time, in the Imperial city of the Shao kingdom, the servants said that they were currently witnessing a breakthrough to the 9th level heavenly realm. And when Master Wang Ha-yan successfully completes what he started, there will be people like him in their Shao kingdom. For many years, only Ye Xuan Kong, the first one to reach the heavenly realm in southern Xinjiang, had reached the 10th level of heaven. And soon they would see the second one to reach this level. At that moment, the servants shouted that Wang Ha had broken through to a new level. Just a little bit more, and everything would be achieved. Wang Ha had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and the very second after the servant's words, he suddenly exploded and did it. The servant said that the growth of his kingdom was inevitable. He could no longer disturb Ye Xuan. Wang Ha began to rejoice and shout that he had reached the 10th level of heaven. He declared that from today onwards, there would be no one in all of southern Xinjiang who could surpass him. But suddenly, someone attacked him unexpectedly. Even Wang Ha himself did not expect it. The servants were also surprised and could not believe it. Su asked who it was. Some kind of air barrier. Wang asked how that could be. He thought he was invincible. The warriors asked, what happened? Was he alone in the air? How could the 10th level of heaven fall into a coma? The servant said that he thought Wang was the strongest. What was going on here? Who was that? The warrior replied that it didn't matter who he was. What mattered was that he was flying to the Imperial city. Let them call the guards to stop him. And then the emperor said that he forbids this. Even the 10th level of heaven, Wang Ha, is not fit to hold a candle to him. Do they think that the guards will stop him? The warrior asked His Highness what they should do. This man was heading to the Imperial city with clearly bad intentions. The emperor replied that he was flying to the pavilion of sacred scriptures. As long as he did not attack him, let him do whatever he wanted. And His Highness gave the order that no one would stop him. Whoever dared to do so would be punished for their actions. The emperor thought about it at this moment and wondered how Su had gained such power. And would Ye Xian be able to stop him? Su came to the building and said that he was wondering why there were no guards there. He thought that this place was important, and he would have to break through crowds of enemies. This Shao Guo doesn't pay enough attention to preserving the special technique. In that case, he will tell you about the royal secret exercises. Su entered the building and saw that there was only one book, and it was on the highest floor, no doubt. It was it. Su took it in his hands and asked, "This is one of the techniques he needs, right? And now they will see if he can master it or not." And then the system said that it congratulated Su on learning the heavenly ability of Yu Shu Ju. Su was delighted and ordered the system to upgrade to the maximum. The system responded that 3,000 ability points were spent to upgrade the Emperor Water technique to level 100, and it was successfully upgraded to the Genhai 8 phrases art. Su shouted with joy that it worked. There were still 2 techniques left to learn. The guy told Ning that it worked. Let her come back, and now they would return to destroying Chu. The servants watched him and told Su to fly away. And His Highness gave an excellent order that they should not interfere with him. So they, Xiaogu, were saved from him. The emperor asked if anyone had seen what he looked like. Did anyone recognize him? The servant replied that if the old minister was not mistaken, he looked like the young prince of the Long Kingdom, Su Chen. The boy asked, "Su Chen? The man who couldn't catch his concubine?" The servant replied that apparently the boy's eyesight wasn't as good as it used to be. The boy said that he thought Chen was trash. How could he have such power? The emperor asked the servant if he was sure that it was Chen. The servant told His Highness that the veteran was probably right. According to the news from the Chu kingdom, Su was now a state magic kingdom, not some top-level pharmacist. Moreover, according to rumors, he surpassed the level of the heavenly realm and Wei Qi lost to him. The warrior asked that Su was so strong that he even defeated Wade. The servant replied that Wade was at the 8th level of heaven. If Su defeated him, then he was at least at the 9th level of heaven. The emperor said that the outcast of the Long Kingdom actually possessed such power back then, and he became the leader of the Chu kingdom. And this is bad. If Su is the leader of the Chu kingdom, then he came here to scout out the situation and attack his kingdom. The servants began to panic and say that if Su attacks them, no one will stop him. Their kingdom is in danger. The emperor said it was urgent, and he needed to contact Ye Xuankong. In the Chu Imperial Palace, the emperor himself shouted for everyone to rest. No need to work today. The servant told His Majesty that they had been drinking for 3 days. They could not take it anymore. For the sake of the people of the Chu kingdom, the emperor must take care of his appearance. The emperor got angry and asked the servant what he was teaching him to do. The servant replied that he hadn't even thought of it. He was just worried about his dragon appearance. The emperor said he was at his best in spring and autumn. What's wrong with him drinking a little wine? Did they get rid of Su? Hasn't he been for Chu once? The servant replied that he was very glad and of course happy. The emperor said that even if he was unhappy, let him drink and become more cheerful. And suddenly the emperor asked, "Where is Huang Shan? And why haven't they brought him here yet?" The servant answered His Majesty that everything will be soon. The warriors immediately brought Huan and dragged him along the ground like a dead body that had been dead for a long time. The emperor asked how this had happened. Had he asked them to invite him? How dare they? The servant replied to His Majesty that he flatly refused to leave his palace. The henchman really had no choice, so he called 2 heavenly ranked masters. Huang turned to Chu and told him not to pretend to be a good guy. No need to be a hypocrite if he wanted him dead. Let him just kill him. The emperor replied that he had apparently expressed himself incomprehensibly. He respected old age and all that, but even in his eyes he was useless. How could he kill him? He had lived in the Chu kingdom for so many years. He simply invited him to celebrate the revolutionary's death. Huang said that his master is a rebel and he is alive. If he is protecting Dongqing Temple, then his master will return. The emperor asked, what did this Su do to him? Why is he so loyal to him? He is already starting to get jealous. He wants to protect the Dongqing Temple. Does he understand him correctly? He can certainly let him do it. Let him drink his glass of wine, and Lian will give him the go-ahead to protect. Huang asked him, does the emperor want him to surrender and join the group of people who killed his master? He won't fall for that. The emperor told the old man that if he didn't drink, Lian would destroy this temple in the blink of an eye, and he would look at what he was protecting. Huang got very angry and asked how he dared. The emperor started laughing and said that the old man was threatening him, and he ordered He-Song to go and wipe the temple off the face of the earth. Huan immediately spat in the emperor's face and said that this would not happen. How could he have the courage to do such a thing? He would pay for it. Huang asked Chu Tianming, does he still want to destroy his temple? And as long as he has his respected master in his heart, he will not change his position. The emperor got angry and ordered his soldiers to kill him, and he must be wiped off the face of the earth immediately. The warriors immediately pounced on him with their blades to carry out the order. Huan said that it was only death, and may the master forgive him for not being able to protect his home. And then Su himself came and, having destroyed all the warriors, told the old man that there was no need to apologize. He did everything he could. The emperor was very frightened and asked in surprise, Su Chen? But how? He should be dead. Su told Chu Tangming that he was so magnanimous, let him go to the dungeon and check for himself. And he even started a banquet in honor of his death? He trusted Mr. Ghost so much? Chu Tangming said that Mr. Ghost had surpassed the level of heaven. But how could he survive after that? Su raised his glass and replied that it was a long story. He had better go and ask Mr. Ghost about it. The emperor was surprised and asked with fear, should he go and ask the Ghost Master? Does he want to kill him? The emperor immediately began to run away out of fear and asked people for help, asking where the royal forest army was. But Yuchi stood in front of him and told the emperor not to shout. The emperor asked Yuchi why he was here. Yuchi asked the emperor that if he didn't know how to fight, he would have killed him long ago. Why is there no one in the Chu kingdom who has reached the 9th level of heaven? The emperor replied that everything he did was for Da Chu, everything for the sake of the people of the Chu kingdom. And then Su threw his sword in front of him and said that if he did everything for the people of the Chu kingdom, then he had better show himself, and he would be respected. The emperor asked in fear, should he kill himself? Su demands this of him, and attacking the guy, he said that first he would kill him. Su told the emperor that he didn't seem to understand. Yuchi immediately entered the battle and knocked out the enemy with one blow to the head. Yuchi told the boy that he was the conqueror of the entire southern Xi'an. The name of the king's killer should belong to him. Su said that it would be unfair to him then, and then he realized that General Yuchi was giving him the exploits. Yuchi told Su that he wasn't even upset. Huang was thinking at this time, looking at them, why did he feel jealous? The servants asked if the emperor was dead. They killed him, so now they are next. They don't want to die. Yuchi told everyone that Chu Tianming was weak and hopeless, but he got what he deserved. Those who surrendered would live, and those who resisted would go after Chu Tianming. The servants began to ask, can they surrender? If so, they all surrender. They will remain alive because their mistresses are waiting. They began to bow to Su and said that they were glad to meet the emperor. The guy said that they should not call him emperor. He did not need the throne of the Chu kingdom. Su told General Yuchi that he would need to stabilize the Chu kingdom as quickly as possible and continue their conquest further. Yuchi replied that everything would be done in the best possible way. Su said that after this, even the sky felt different. Huang approached the master and replied that, to be honest, his teaching wanted to shoot Chu, but Yuchi did it. His protege has the name of the king's killer. That's not right. Su said that, yes, he understands. The old man thinks that this shouldn't have happened. He always understood him better than anyone. Su asked Huan if he would like to stay at home as a teacher. He was sure he would make a great teacher. Su realized that Huang saw that he trusted Yuchi, and he was now worried that he would be left in the shadows. He had to be consoled, otherwise he would talk about it forever. Huan told the master that he always knew what was in his heart. He was his first disciple, and he respected him more than anyone. Their relationship was as strong as a diamond, and how dare Yuchi interfere here? Su replied that everything was correct, and suggested that they go further and continue their conversation. He already missed that place. The old man's feelings for him were becoming more and more strange. Huan told the master to come in. He had protected the place as he had told him. The bricks and tiles were still intact. He could check for himself. But suddenly Qing jumped up and said that the master had come. Su asked in surprise, Fox Ji and Chu Yanran? Qing began to tell the master that she was very glad that he was alive. Everyone around was saying that he was no longer alive. She and her sister were sad and cried. Su asked if Yanran was still crying because of him. The girl immediately answered proudly that she was not crying. She was crying with pleasure. Su said that nothing had changed. The familiar feelings had overtaken him. Qing told the master to tell her how he fought with the Ghost Master. After all, everyone says that Mr. Ghost has surpassed the level of heaven. Does that mean that Master has also surpassed him? Su replied that he was officially declaring that there was currently no one in southern Shin who could stand on equal terms with him. Qing was surprised and said that Master is so strong. Yanran asked in surprise. No one? No more than just words. She does not believe it. Su approached her and asked when she would believe it. Yanran replied that she would believe it when she saw it for herself. Su asked her, is she sure? He is already at a completely different level of strength. He is afraid that she alone will not cope. Yanran replied that she could go with her sister. Would Qing go with her? The girl said that if she wanted it so much, she would go. Su told them to go and ask what would happen this time. Yanran confidently replied that she and her sister would check it out. Su told Huang not to let anyone in. He had reached the peak of the heavenly realm. If anyone outside saw how strong he was, he might not be able to withstand it. Huan replied that he would not let anyone through. Su said that it looked like the battle would be long and difficult today. Ning was thinking at this moment, why was Master competing with them and not with her? Was it because she was a ghost? In the dragon country, the emperor asked, Su killed Chu Tianming? How is that possible? Su died at the hands of the ghost lord? The servant replied to his highness that Chu Chen had killed the ghost master, and Chu Chen had also subdued Yuqi and gathered an army of 200,000 men. The emperor asked in surprise that he had killed the ghost master. Li Jiansheng had said that the ghost master had surpassed the level of heaven. How did Su defeat him? Lai replied that it was true. If Chu defeated him, it meant that Su was now the strongest here in the south. When he first met him in the Yakishi Valley, he immediately saw his great potential, but he never thought that he would become like this. The emperor said that just a year ago Su was a scumbag who couldn't inherit the throne. Now he has no equal in the south. And if Li were to fight him, what chance does he have of winning? Dai replied to his majesty that he had no chance even against the ghost lord, let alone Su. The emperor fell to his knees and said that this was the end. No one in his country could defeat him. What should he do when he came for him? Shan, the prime minister of the Dragon Kingdom, told his majesty not to panic. He felt that Su would not come here. He never had ambitions. Perhaps he would stay in the Chu kingdom. The emperor pushed Shan and said he was an idiot. He kicked him off the throne and sent him to the Chu kingdom. He will definitely come here. And his son is an idiot. He promised him a medicinal valley. He definitely expects more. Shan replied that he asks for forgiveness. He is ready to bear the punishment for his son. The emperor said that he would tell him again that if Chu wanted to steal his position and throne, he would kill his stupid son before he could abdicate the throne. Xin started shouting that it was his fault, that it was all his fault. Li told his majesty that he thought the emperor had better take care of his throne and pray that Su would remember his brotherhood and not kill him. With all due respect, it was Su who was in charge now. The emperor asked him what he meant by this. Was there no other way to stop him? Lai replied that no, it was not so. The emperor immediately became sad after these words and began to fear for further consequences. In the Qin kingdom, the chief said that Su had gathered a large army and was going to conquer the entire south. His country, Qin, will also fall under his hot hand. How can they resist him? The servant replied that he was afraid that they could do nothing. He would not be stopped. The leader said that he had a proposal to recall General Lin, move the troops to the south and thus protect their border. The leader asked him what he would say about it. The masked girl replied that Su Chen was interested. Maybe she should meet him. In the Shao kingdom, the head appealed to the venerable Ye that he saw the friendship between the emperor and him. It was necessary to protect the Shao kingdom. If they did nothing, Su would definitely wipe them off the face of the earth. And then Ye came out and replied that this was the last straw. After that, they would not bother him anymore. The chief said that he thanked him. He would not disturb him anymore, and he would live his life in silence. In the kingdom of Ning, the servant approached Meng Shuzhou, saying that there was a job for him. His majesty gave him an order to kill Su. If he brought his head, he would be set free. Meng listened to him with surprise and said that he was alive again. It was time to act on orders and free himself. At this time, Qing was asking her sister to join in too. After all, Master was too strong. She couldn't handle him. Yanran replied that she hadn't recovered from last time yet. Let him hold him for a little while longer, and then she would get to work. Su at this time said that they could not resist him. Qing asked the teacher to be lenient. But suddenly there was an explosion, and Huan said that the master was still calm. This impulse was so strong that the mountains were shaking. Ning was sad at this time and understood that one day and one night had passed. The master had liked them for a long time. She wanted the master to pay attention to her. And suddenly Qing told the master that she admitted that she was wrong, and today she was giving up. But Yanran replied that she hadn't played enough. Next time he would definitely catch her. Su said that he would be stronger. Wan looked and said it was over. Worthy of the title of master, he produced such impulses for one day and one night. Su opened the door and told the student to go and help get some big pill for the teacher. Need to restore energy. Wan replied. 1 minute. He will bring everything soon. Huan saw that the master was incredibly strong, apparently, that the battle was really fierce. Su said that they were not as simple as they seemed. If he had not used the power of the wild nature, he would not have been able to calm them down. But suddenly Ning came and addressed the master. Su asked her what happened. Ning replied that the master was not attracted to others. Su asked Ning, why was she crying? What did she want to say? How could he despise her? Ning replied that if master liked others, then why didn't he compete with her? She had discussed this with him for so long. Su thought about it and said that that was it. He had wanted to talk to her about it for a long time, but he thought that she would not want to. He understood in his head that at that time she was like a flower. He was worried about her. Ning replied that yes, she wanted to discuss it with him. It was an honor for her to wear the master, and she had been wanting to check something for a long time. Su said that if she wants, then next time. How unexpected. He is so attractive, they all want to compete with him. Ning suggested to the master that they start now. Su was surprised and replied that he couldn't do it now. The recent fight was intense. He needed to recover. Ning said right away that the master despised her. He went with them happily, and with her. Su answered that she should not cry. Everything was fine. He heard her. Now he was ready. Ning immediately became happy and told the master that he was so kind. She was ready for this too. Su thought and realized that half of his life was about to go away. How did it all turn out like this? And suddenly Huan came up and told the master that he had good news. Su was surprised and asked, "What?" Su said this is what he needs. Let him hand it over here, he'll use it now. Huang told the master that he didn't mean that. There was another piece of good news. The Emperor of the Long Kingdom had come with a white flag. Su was surprised by such loud words and asked the old man, "Why is Su Minggu here, and with a white flag?" Huan came out and told the people that the master was inside. Li told His Majesty to be sure to tell the little prince not to irritate him. The emperor was disappointed and replied that he had come here to surrender anyway. And if he intentionally threatens him with a knife, he will rather be jealous than improvise. Was he right? Tell me, Extan Shan. Shan replied that it was right. They should be sure. They should never kneel. At this time, Su sat on his throne and mocked them, saying that here they are. The emperor was very angry and could not restrain himself. Li told His Majesty that he must endure this. Let him be patient. The emperor immediately ran to Su's feet and said that he was wrong. He shouldn't have treated him the way he did. He had already regretted it many times. Shan also told the Lord with tearful eyes that Wei Chen had made a big mistake. Let them forgive him. Li looked at them with surprise at this time and wondered whether it was good to say that it was modest or imperious. Su told his brother that he sincerely regretted expelling him from the Dragon Kingdom. His acting skills are so believable, no wonder he is the king. The emperor replied that he was sorry. That's putting it mildly. He hated himself for doing such a thing. And then the emperor began to beat himself. Su immediately understood that he was not just a good actor, he was a talented actor. The emperor told Su that when he exiled him, he suffered days and nights, missing him. As soon as he remembered their friendship, he was immediately overcome with melancholy. Fortunately, the emperor is worthy of his title. He is talented, has achieved a lot abroad. He is very happy for him. The presence of the emperor of the dragon realm is a blessing to this realm, the Su family, and to thousands of people. And the future needs an emperor who will rule the whole world. And he wants him, his brother, to become the emperor. Come to the Daba when you find time. Su immediately felt that this guy was a good boy. If he even made up some words on the fly, then he deserved his respect. Su asked his brother, "What is he saying? This shouldn't happen between their brothers." The boy asked, "Emperor, is this brother?" Su replied that if a brother asks something, then those who are true brothers take it seriously. And he must be tired. He had come such a long way, right? Maybe he should ask someone to help him rest. The boy replied that the emperor was so polite, and in his heart he was glad that everything had worked out for him. Su immediately waved his finger and told the girls to come out. The guy was shocked by what he saw and was scared. The boy asked the emperor who they were. Su asked him. He doesn't want to say anything else, right? Su said that all this was bothering him, and that his proposal was also a little embarrassing. The guy replied that he was not. The emperor did not understand what it was to be a brother. 2 is not enough, Su said. He wants to send 4 into battle. Su clapped his hands and said that it was so nice to be a brother. However, it was extremely difficult for him to put together 2 such first-class products. The guy asked in despair, "What? No more?" How hurt he was, and suggested that they do it together. Su told them to take care of his brother already. and to remember that they must look after his brother well. The girls obeyed Su's order and replied that there was no need to worry, everything would be fine. The girl came up to the guy and started caressing him, saying what a handsome boy he was, and thanked him for such a gift. The boy told Su that it was time for him to go. The emperor replied that he was looking forward to his triumph. The girls grabbed the guy from both sides and told him to come with them, and they can't wait. It's time for them to go. Su said he hoped his brother would be okay and asked Sean how his son was doing. Sean replied that Chen had sent him to prison, and all because he had given him the valley. He was a weak king. He couldn't kill when he wanted. Su said that he had a small conflict with Xian Piom. Let them release him when they return. The future kingdoms of Lon are on him. Sean started crying with happiness and thanked Su in return for releasing his son. Su lifted the old man up and asked if he had advanced to the heavenly level. Sean replied that yes. Thanks to the soul-thickening pill given to him by the prince, Chen had surpassed the sea level and broken through to the heavenly level. Su told Sean that he would be loyal to the Su family in the future, so he should be careful not to lose that status. Sean said that Chen and Dog Z must swear allegiance to the Dragon Kingdom for the rest of their lives. Su accepted his words and told him to go away and rest. Li also thanked the emperor for showing mercy to his majesty and the prime minister. Su told Li that he also understood that he would sooner or later leave the south, and after that, someone would be needed to oversee all of this. It would be better to hand over power to Su Mingrui rather than someone else. Dragon Realm Territory. Su Mingrui's knowledge of the emperor's power, combined with Xiang Zhong's help, should be enough to provoke the leader. Lai replied that in that case, the prince is still kind. When will he return to the Dragon Realm? Concubine Hua remembers the prince every day. Su said that he missed her too, and suggested that he leave in 3 days. 3 days and he would return to his home. Lai replied that he would then return and tell Concubine Hua the good news. Wan asked the master why he had to return to the Dragon Kingdom in exactly 3 days. He could go there at any moment. Su answered that it was because. But suddenly someone started shouting to the master, and then he saw his 3 girls coming towards him. Ning asked the master if he had finished. Could he learn from others? Qing also told the master that they had already recovered. Yanran told Su that she definitely wouldn't lose to him this time. The guy told Huang that now he understood why he said they would leave in 3 days. Huang told the master that he was grateful for his hard work. Su said that you can't escape fate. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Wan told the master to take care of himself. They would see each other in 3 days. 3 days later, they were getting ready to leave. Su was completely exhausted and said that these 3 days were the hardest in his life. They were incredibly difficult to confuse, although he surpassed them. But the wounds from the battle remained serious. Juan asked the master how he felt after eating the tonics. Su began to eat and replied that he had barely recovered. But suddenly the girls came out and asked him if he had recovered yet. Ning asked already? Then let him fly into the carriage quickly. Yanran also told him that if he is a man, let him come in. Qing also answered the master that it was so hard to walk on his own 2 feet. Let him come to them. Su started coughing and replied that he would rather walk. He wanted to enjoy the stunning scenery of Xia Nanjing. Let them see how beautiful it was, too. Yanran told him to stop. She was ashamed, and Su was not a man. Qing told him to come to them. They were always happy to see him. Su got angry and replied that what an unpleasant situation. He can say that he is not a man. When he comes to his senses, they will see who is who. But suddenly someone attacked him from behind and said, "Here he is," and said that the time of his death has come. Huang immediately stood up and told the master to dodge. Su rushed back and said that he could handle it himself. He was disappointed. Su said, "What will he have to do to the man who dared to kill him in such a way?" But when he encountered the attack, Su couldn't resist and was injured. Su said that this guy is not simple. Su said that he used Baijian Jue to be on the same level with him. The guy pounced and said that he had to kill Su and become free. Su replied that he was about to get into trouble. Let him come to him. Su said that he would never believe that there was someone stronger than him, and he started to act seriously and block his every blow. Wan watched this battle and shouted to the master to kill him, because he was much stronger than this imposter. Su asked what happened to him. He is not simple at all. But I must admit he hits hard, but he does not stroke him either. The guy kept attacking and saying that he needed to kill Su Chen and become free. Su replied that he hoped he would be okay. Was he really stronger than him? The girls looked and were surprised, asking, "Is this guy stronger than the master?" Impossible. Su told the guy not to even think about becoming the strongest in this world. Let him watch how he finishes him off now. Su released his sword and gave him the order to stab the guy in the chest. But suddenly, to his surprise, the guy turned out to be smarter and stronger, and easily threw the knife aside. Su said he can't even pierce it with a sea sword? It's very strong. But the guy kept repeating that he needed to kill Chen and become free forever. But Su instantly used teleportation and appeared behind him, saying that it was easy for him. Su grabbed him from behind and asked that even if he was such a big guy, he couldn't do anything to him. Su said that if he was not mistaken, he only used physical force, which meant that he was nobody in the air, and he headed up. Su told the guy that he asked him from 10,000 meters above and he sees his death. But the guy started waving his hands and saying that he needed to kill Su, become free. And he asked Su to let him go. Su told him that this technique is called lock men. No person can escape from it. Su began to fly even higher and told the guy that just a little bit more. And in a moment, he let him go from a few meters. The guy shouted back at Su that it was not necessary. But Su did not spare him and dealt a crushing blow with his foot. Su said that even if the Iron Man fell from such a height, he would not survive. Huang asked how he gained such power. Juan was very scared and immediately understood the whole concert and told everyone to run away immediately. From such a powerful blow, a big explosion occurred. But Su was alive and destroyed this guy. Su said that he was now truly free, but the boy was still alive and could even breathe. But he still kept repeating that he needed to kill Chen. Su asked, "Is he still alive? And he's a very strong guy. What planet did he come from?" Huang told the master to take advantage of the situation and suggested that he send him away. But Su replied that the disciples should not rush. Su said that this alien came for his head, must have been ordered to leave him alive before he found out about his origin. Huang replied to the master that he was very perceptive. Then he would tie him up with an iron chain, and they would look at him when he returned to the kingdom of Lon. Su said to give him an ecstasy pill to knock him out. He is afraid that he will be able to break these chains. Su said that the most important thing is to find out who sent him after him. One aspect, more important for him, to understand why he is so strong. Su thought that if he had defeated him, did that mean he was stronger than him? He had defeated him even after those exhausting 3 days. At this time, the kingdom of Long, the Imperial city, was welcoming its guests. Huan told the master that they had arrived. Su woke up and replied that he didn't think he would fall asleep, although he was too tired because of that alien. And then Su came to his senses and said that after 1 year, he was back. Now he needed to have a good rest. At this time, a woman came out in front of him and ran to hug him. Su apologized, calling her mother, and said that he was a little late. She was probably worried. The woman said that everything was fine. Li Jianshen sent people. They took care of him. He had not been home for a whole year. Su told his mother that he was fine. He wasn't suffering. And he wanted fried pork so much, how he wanted to taste it again. The woman replied that, of course, she had prepared it for him. She asked the guy if he was alone. Su replied yes, and asked who else she wanted to see. The woman asked, "Where is his bride? He was gone for a year and didn't find anyone?" Su answered that he hadn't found the one yet. Su immediately thought that if he showed his mother those 3 girls now, she would be shocked. The mother said with surprise that there was no bride. From now on, her roast pork is only for the bride. If he wants to eat, he will cook it for himself. Su asked in surprise, "What? He was gone for a year?" He thought she missed him. Why did everything become worse than before? They barely said 2 words. Su stood in front of the palace and told his mother not to rush. He would have to choose a concubine now? His mother asked him why he hadn't done it himself yet. If he had someone, why would he look for a concubine? Su thought that of course he has someone, but 2 of them are foxes and the 3rd is a ghost. He thinks that his mother will be scared when she finds out about this. Mother said that it was good and told her to go. All the girls there were very pretty. Let her choose anyone, otherwise she would never live to see grandchildren. Su realized that his mother didn't want him to find love, she just wanted grandchildren. The girl said that when the emperor didn't choose her, she thought she was doomed. But then Prince Su appeared, and this time she would definitely be chosen. The second girl said that of course Prince Su is not the emperor, but he is much stronger than him. If he chooses her, then he will quickly be transferred to the heavenly kingdom. But the next girl tells the others not to even dream about it. She makes it clear to them that Prince Su will choose her. One of the enemies introduced herself as his daughter-in-law, and understood that this Su had returned home to choose a concubine for himself. The rumors turned out to be true. He was a real vulgarian. It was even better that way. Under these conditions, Chen would definitely choose her, and then she would be able to do whatever she wanted with him. The girls came out in front of the door and greeted Prince Su. The woman told them to stand up. After all, everything is in their hands. Let them show their best side. The girls began to introduce themselves one by one, and the mother told the boy not to hesitate and to look at them. Su asked, "Can I see others?" Mother was surprised by such a question and asked, "What did he say?" Su replied that he wanted to say, "Let them introduce themselves." The woman said that they should introduce themselves to her son now, so that it would be easier for him to choose. Su listened to some and said that flute, horse riding, dancers, they are very talented. But they will never compare with those three in beauty. He is not interested in them. The mother asked her son how he liked them. Su asked in response, should he choose a queen? The mother got angry and asked, "What is he saying? They are all ladies now, he doesn't like them." Su replied to his mother that it was not that they were not good, but that his desire was just a little greater. Mother immediately said that she didn't care what he wanted. Today, he had to choose one of them. Otherwise, she would do it for him. Su was scared and replied that it was not necessary. He would do it himself. At that moment, he thought, because he had to choose himself. If he let her do it, it would be bad if she did not match his taste. And then the girl said it was time for her to come out. Su said that apparently there were no people here who were even slightly suitable for him, and suddenly he stopped in surprise and saw the girl, and he realized that he had made a big mistake. And why hadn't he noticed her before? Su immediately told his mother what he had chosen. The mother told her son to tell her his choice. Su immediately pointed his finger at the girl with pink hair and said that it was her. The girl was happy, because she expected this. The mother asked in surprise, "She? He is absolutely sure?" She wears a scarf on her face. He hasn't even seen her face. Su told his mother that his son never judges people by their looks. His heart decides everything for him. He doesn't care about her looks. He chooses her. The mother replied that she understood, and since he had already chosen her, he should get to work quickly. She couldn't wait to hold her grandchildren. Su immediately took the girl's hand and said that they should go. The girl smiled and replied that she obeyed her master. The mother told the other girls not to be upset, to return to their previous lives and develop, and next time they would be lucky. The mother was very happy and screamed with joy that she would finally have grandchildren. The girls said at this moment that their dream had failed again. Why is Su also blind like the emperor? They are so good that they can't choose themselves, so they have to choose the veiled woman. Su told the girl that she was now his, and asked what her name was. The girl asked the Lord if he wanted to see her face. Su replied that of course she wanted to, but he already knew that she was beautiful under her cover. The girl took off her headscarf and said that she hoped that Mr. Su would not be frightened. Seeing her real face, Su said that he was about to go crazy. She is gorgeous. What a little fairy who is naturally charming compared to Chu Yanran. There is no one worse than Chu Yanran. The girl was thinking at this moment, where is Su's cultivation level? Before all her beauty, she was an ordinary man. And then she used her gaze and said, "Su, obediently kneel down." The guy knelt down and replied that it would be done. The girl began to laugh and see that as she thought, no man could resist her next technique. If he kneeled this time, he would be completely in her power. Su said he was very sorry, but he couldn't kneel down. The girl was surprised and asked how. But Su immediately used his powers and pushed her to the floor, holding her by the throat and slowly squeezing. And he said that it looks like he was right. She is not an ordinary girl. How could an ordinary person have such good equipment? The girl asked in response, how did he not fall under the influence of her charm? He cultivated the most durable technique, the body of dragon blood. Su replied that it was not bad. She knew this kind of technique. But who is she? A demon? The girl said that she would not tell, even under threat of death. Let him kill her if he can, of course. Su replied that no, she would tell him everything. And with his enchantment, he sent his energy into her head. The system told him that the ability could not be used, failed to pacify Zhuan's snake. Su was surprised and asked, "Did it not work? She really is a demon, the Blackwater Zhuan snake." Snake asked the boy if he wanted to tame her too. She was from Mount Zuanman, the daughter of the demon king Xuan Shui Jiao. Even if she died, he wouldn't tame her. Su was surprised to hear that she was Xuan Shui Jiao's daughter. If he could tame her, she would help him in his future conquest of Kangman Mountain. Snake told the boy not to waste his time, to kill her. Su replied that just because he couldn't tame her, didn't mean he would kill her. Great beauty had other uses. Snake was surprised and asked him what he wanted. Su replied that it was what a man does with his. And then Snake started screaming at him to stop and called him a pervert. And she told the guy that if he could kill her, then let him. Humiliation is not something a man should do. Su said that whether it was a man's business or not, she would find out for herself now. Snake was very scared and screamed at him not to do it. Su felt that the soul would be shocked, now is the right time, and used his taming. The system immediately said that he had managed to tame the Blackwater Zhuan snake, and the current loyalty level is 30. High risk of betrayal. Su said that there was more talk than action. Loyalty is small, but that is not so important. What is important is that she will not attack him. Snake asked the guy if he had tamed her. Su replied that he had, and from now on she was his pet. Snake said she was tamed, but it's all useless. Xuan Shui Jiao has had Zhuan Yin poison implanted into her body, and she needs to take the antidote once a month to keep her alive. Su said that was how they controlled her. Pretty cruel. Snake told him he was wasting his time. If she didn't take the antidote, she would die in a day or two. Snake thought about it and realized that it was her destiny to always be under someone's wing until she died. Su said that it was just poison. It would help him. Snake was surprised and asked in surprise, "What?" Snake said that Xuan Yin's poison is the strongest in the world. How can he help her? Su replied that he will find an antidote. He developed the skill of dragon blood hegemony because it is the antidote to this poison. Snake asked the guy that he was using her to help her. She would never believe it. She would rather die than accept help. Su said that there was no need to say that. He just wanted to help her. Snake thought that he was helping her get rid of the poison. Su asked what she was waiting for, and immediately stuck his finger in her mouth. Snake immediately thanked him. The system said +5 loyalty points, Xuan Snake. Su saw that it worked. A little blood can increase loyalty. It was definitely worth it. And it really feels like poison, and she wants more. Su was surprised at this moment. Why is the blood being sucked out so quickly? Su told her to be gentle. He couldn't do it anymore. But Snake said she wanted more. Su came to his senses and realized that he had passed out from loss of blood. She had sucked out so much. Snake was happy and said that the master had woken up, and thanked her for the blood. There was no more poison in her body. Su saw that he had 90 points. The blood was not shed in vain. The guy said that it was a gift for her. He would give her more later. Snake replied that she was already looking forward to it. Su told her to sit down and not be shy, and asked her what her name was. The girl replied that she was the master, Ji Yao, from Mount Kangman, the daughter of the demon king Xuan Shui Jiao. Yao said she had been ordered to spy on him and get rid of him if necessary. Su asked what was meant by necessary. Yao said that the demon clan was ordered to monitor the 5 southern kingdoms and the children of the royal families. If anyone had cultivated to a secret technique, they must immediately solve the problem. Su asked, "Are the demons spying on the 5 royal families? Who ordered them to do this?" Yao replied that she didn't know, but that person came to Kangman Mountain once a year and only spoke to Xuan Shui Jiao, and that's all she knows. Su realized that this is where the ancient bone marrow comes from. This person must be from the Sacred Heaven sect. He's doing this because of the punishing heaven technique. Yao said that this person was most likely from the Sacred Heavenly sect, but don't worry, she would protect him with her life. Su asked if she could do it. Yao replied that of course she was at the top of the heavenly kingdom. She was very strong. Su asked in surprise, she was at the top of the heavenly kingdom? What? He wouldn't believe it unless she let him see for himself. Yao asked him how he wanted to prove it. Su immediately hit her and replied that he wanted to test his hand-to-hand combat skills. Su walked towards her and said that he would teach her. Yao told the master that he could come in safely. Su said that he would first warm up his hands. And suddenly Qing came in and told the master that they had come to practice with him. Su turned back in surprise and asked, Yanran and Qing, why did they come here at this moment? Qing was very surprised and asked the master what he was trying to do. Yanran got angry and told Su that she was wondering why he didn't come to spar with them, but here he was with another woman. Qin cried and asked the master how he could, in secret from them. Su replied that it was not what they thought. He just wanted to test her strength. This can't even be called sparring. Qing began to leave and told the master that she was very sad. Su asked them to listen to his explanation. He was simply testing her strength. Yanran covered her ears and replied that she could not hear him. Su knew immediately that this was the end. They didn't like it at all. He would never have the opportunity to spar with them again. Su shouted at Qing and Yanran to stop, but Yao was very angry because he used her. The guy asked her what she was doing. Yao asked him why he thought the little fox was leaving, but suddenly the girls turned around and recognized her. Su asked, "What's the matter? Do they know each other?" Yao replied that yes, she knew them well. In the past, on Mount Kongming, they couldn't even breathe when they saw her. She didn't think that he would have them. Su said, "What a coincidence. That mountain is not small. He has 3 pets and they know each other." Yanran told Yao that she didn't believe herself. She became Su Chen's pet. How unexpected. Yu got angry and told Yanran that she was a little fox. How dare she call Master by his name? Yanran replied that she shouldn't be angry. She hadn't controlled her tongue, and it wouldn't happen again. Yao said that they should know their place, and not call her Miss. They are all pets of the same master. The girls immediately agreed with her and did not even begin to deny. Su felt that Yao was more majestic than him. Su told the girls that there was no need to strain themselves. They already knew each other. They were like sisters now, so there was no need to quarrel. When he conquered the entire south, he would bring them to the mountains for sparring. Yao told Master that the demons shouldn't know that she became his pet. In order to confuse them, she plans to return to Qin to work as a teacher for a while longer, in order to buy something for her master. Su asked in surprise, "Back to Qin?" It was a good idea, because he also needed to go there, and suggested going together. Yao asked the master what business he had. Su replied that he needed to obtain the secret of the Qin martial art. At this time, on Mount Qin, the chief asked where Lin Yueluo was. The servant answered the master to make sure that she was already on her way here. Prince Qinde said that he made several signs of affection to this woman. She did not even pay attention to them. His patience is over. He needs her today. And then someone shouted that Miss Lin had arrived. Day replied that he understood, and ordered the servant to go down. "Let no one enter this room without his permission." Lin said she was greeting the prince. He told her to come here. Did something happen? Dee replied that he hadn't seen her for several days and that she was very beautiful, and he offered her a drink. Lin said that he had invited her here for a drink, but she could not join him. She had a lot to do. Day shouted at her to wait, because he had something to discuss with her. Lin told His Majesty not to keep him waiting. Day replied that he had called her here to talk about Su. She knows him, doesn't she? What does she think of him? He knew that the only thing he could do to keep her was to start talking about a random topic. Lin replied that he was a genius. He was strong but vain. He had shortcomings but was a man of high morals. He had dreams. Day got angry and asked the girl if she liked the enemy Qin. Lin replied that he asked what she thought of him, and she told the truth. Dee asked her if she thought Su was his equal. Lin smiled and replied that it was like heaven and earth. The boy wondered how this ignoramus could be Su Chen's equal. Dee started laughing and said that he understood everything. What could this Su do? After all, he was a rebellious minister who was plotting a rebellion. That's right, he stands high above him, as if he were the sky. Lin thought, how could this idiot not understand that the sky is Su, and he is the earth? Even such an idiot can become the Prince of Qin. Qin is clearly running out. Dee told the girl that it was nice to talk to her. He likes it. Maybe he'll buy her a glass of wine. Lin was thanked and replied that she did not want to. If he had nothing else to say, then she would go. Day got angry and said that the prince asked her to drink a glass of wine and she refused. Why is she so disrespectful to him? Lin replied that she was very busy. Day told her to just have a drink and go about her business. He would not disturb her. Lin agreed and drank. At that moment, Day was very happy, because the girl had fallen into his trap. Lin started to leave and said goodbye to His Majesty. But Day said that he was not sure that she could leave. Lin asked him what he meant by that. She had already drunk the wine. But suddenly she began to feel pain and felt that her body was powerless. Lin asked the prince, "Did he do this?" Day replied, "So she wouldn't worry, he didn't poison her. He just added something to make it look like this." Lin told the prince that he was worthless. She told him that if he touched her, her father would destroy this palace. Day said that if her father wanted to start a rebellion, his father would do it. It's not his job. All he wants is her. Lin was screaming at this point for him not to come near her. Day lost his temper and said that he didn't want to endure it anymore. Lin immediately became very scared and covered her face with her hands, screaming for Sue to help her. And suddenly Sue burst in and opened the door with his feet. Day was surprised and turned around because it was that bastard. Sue pounced on her and asked how dare he touch her. He punched Day and told him to get out of here. Sue asked Lin if she was okay. The girl replied that the guy was here and she knew he would come. Sue asked the girl if he had poisoned her. He immediately went to the prince and told him to meet his death. Dee told Sue that he couldn't kill him. He was the Prince of Chen. If he killed him, his army would come for him. But Sue didn't listen to him and cut his head off. Yao told the prince, how dare he touch her master's girl, he must die, and asked the master, what should she do next? Sue replied that she had nothing else to do but be a teacher in Qin, and he ordered her to kill the Qin royal family immediately. Yao replied that it would be done. Sue brought Lin into the room and used his powers to heal her. He said that he finally used his inner strength to remove all the poison from her body. How does she feel? Lin told the boy that he still felt unwell. Sue said that was strange. The effect of the poison should have worn off too. Lin hugged Brother Sue and said that it seemed that his strength couldn't help her. Let her use something else to help her. Sue asked with a smile, something else? He was honest and proud all his life. He would not use her. Lin replied that she was feeling very bad. Sue replied that it was good. He couldn't sit by and watch her suffer. And in order to completely rid his body of the poison and thereby save her, sacrificing a little of his innocence will not be too critical. Sue told Miss Lin to forgive him. The girl actually knew that Master was a gentleman, but this is the only way she can get what she wants. After that, Sue stood up and said that he had tried hard to cure Yue Lu. The medicine was too strong. It was surprising that she had served him so actively. Lin came to her senses and jumped up, asking where she was. Sue said with surprise that she had woken up. How was she feeling? He asked. Lin replied that it was excellent. Sue asked with a smile, honestly? The girl said that it was as if she had been hit on the head and could not remember what had happened before. Sue said, well then he will tell her everything in detail. She was poisoned, and in order to save her, he gave her a little of his innocence. Lin shut his mouth and said that it was enough for her to know that he had saved her. The rest was unimportant. There was no need to talk. Sue asked if she blamed him for that. Lin replied that he wanted to save her. How could she blame him for that? And he would never do such a thing, but this was a special case. Sue said it was strange. Didn't she have any memory lapses, he asked. How come the words matched what he had said before? Lin asked with a smile. Really? She doesn't remember anything, what a coincidence. And she is grateful to Brother Sue for saving her. If it weren't for him, she is afraid she would no longer be in this world. Sue said that she was his girlfriend. He would not allow anyone to hurt her. He helped her take revenge. From that moment on, the Qin royal family no longer exists. Lin asked him in surprise, did he destroy Qin? Sue asked, does she want him to do that? Lin replied, no. The Qin clan is cruel and evil, making the Qin people unhappy and dissatisfied. Death is not enough. She's just worried that the Qin kingdom without a master will be a fiery bundle, making life even more painful for the people. Sue told her not to worry. Qin will not be covered by a wave of chaos. Her father has arrived. Lin asked in surprise. Her father has returned from the border? Yao met the king and said that her daughter would be coming soon. General Qin, Lin Shu asked, where is her daughter? How is she feeling? Lin jumped out and shouted joyfully to her father. Shu said that this freak, what did he do to her? Lin replied that everything was fine. Su Chen saved her. Su asked the general how the life extension pill worked. Su knelt down and said that he welcomed Prince Su and said that he treated him well and saved her daughter. From now on, his family and 100,000 soldiers are under his command. The soldiers immediately said that they promised to serve Prince Su to the grave. Su told the general to stand up. He would be grateful to him if the situation in Qin was stable. Zhu said that he would definitely justify Prince Su's trust. The guy said that it was great, and he told Yao to help the general at first, and when everything became stable, let him return to the Dragon Kingdom. Yao turned to the master and said that this technique was taken from Qinju Shi. Su took it and said with surprise that this is the Xuanbing technique. He thought that it seemed to be a preserved version of the Tai Yi Xuanyin technique. The fourth technique had been obtained. Lin asked Su, "Is he going to the Dragon Realm? Can she go there with him?" Su replied that no, he needed to go to the kingdom of Ning, and when he returned from there, he would take her with him to the Dragon Kingdom and make her his own. Lin said she would wait for him. Su replied that he was counting on them. When he returned, the borders of the south would be his. Su went to the mountains and began to train. He learned new techniques that he would need in the future, and suddenly he opened his eyes and said that finally, the balance between Qi Xuanyin and the power of flame had been achieved. But of course, he did not expect that the Xuanyin Qi generated when developing this Xuan Ice technique into the Tai and Xuanyin technique. Of course, surprisingly, a conflict arose with the power of the dragon flame generated by the dragon blood hegemony skill. Su said that it was no wonder that after so many years no one had been able to successfully master the 5 secret techniques. If he didn't have the skill points to improve both methods to the maximum level to achieve balance right now, the years and flames would continue to last. He's afraid his body won't be able to withstand it. Su came to his senses and said that he had already learned 4 methods. There was still a little more to go. He would continue his journey. Straight through the desert he would get to Ning. But suddenly he saw a lake and stopped abruptly. Su immediately noticed that there was a girl in the lake. She's incredible. How does she have the courage to wash herself in such a place? What if someone sees her? But no, he'll just go and make sure no one approaches her. Su hid in the bushes and realized that she would not see him here. He would be watching and let her turn around. Otherwise, she would not be able to see the person standing behind her. Su kept an eye on her and kept telling her to turn around a little more. But suddenly he covered his mouth with his hands and thought, why did he make that sound? The girl turned around abruptly and asked, "Who is there?" Su answered the girl so that she would not misunderstand him. He did not want to make noise. She immediately used her powers and attacked, saying that he was a pervert. Su was surprised and said that it was like the moon covered with clouds, as if floating, like the tailwind of the returning snow. The girl attacked him with a spear and said that a pervert capable of poetry must also die. Su said that he must have angered her, and in that case he won't hide. She's at the top of the heavenly realm. Not bad. The girl told the guy that she would not rest until he died, and informed him that they would see each other in hell. At this moment, Su used his dog and used it as protection for his body. The girl was surprised and asked him how he dared to use a man as a shield. Su put him aside and said that he was not hiding from her. The girl replied that this man did not receive a single scratch from her blow. Such a powerful physical body. Is this Meng Zhou? Su was surprised and asked if she knew him. The girl replied that she didn't think someone like him could defeat him, so he wasn't from a weak order. And here's what she'll tell him if he does her a favor. She'll pretend that the spying on her in the shower never happened. Su replied that if she needed him to do anything, just let him say so. He was in extremely good health, so just excuse me. The girl asked, what difference does it make to her what his health is like? She is lost. Let him take her to the man. She is ordered to kill him. Su asked, who does she want to kill? He will kill him for her. There is not a single person he has not defeated in the southern borders. The girl replied that he was in the Dragon Kingdom and that he needed to kill Su Chen. The guy was very surprised and asked, who? The girl said that apparently he knew him. Let him take her to him. Su asked, let him say who her master was. He thought, why do they all want to kill him? He doesn't like it. The girl told him not to faint when she says her master's name. And her master's name is Xuan Kong. He is number 1 in the world. Su asked in surprise, is he her master? Then why did he ask to kill Su Chen? The girl replied, "How can he know what her master has in mind? He will do what he says. Now let him take her to Su Chen. If he doesn't, she will gouge out his eyes for peeping at her." Su said that it was fine. He had no choice. He would take her to the Dragon Kingdom to find him there. But he couldn't go now. He had business in another kingdom. Would she like to go with him? The girl asked why she should go somewhere with him. She didn't have time for that. Su said he would be right away. It would take 2 days at most, and then he would take her to Su Chen. Or is she afraid that Su Chen will run away? The girl answered that it was true. As long as he was in the southern borders, he could not hide from her. Su said that he was talking about the same thing. The girl agreed and replied that she would go with him. The guy saw that it was so easy to fool her. Su asked her to introduce herself because he didn't know her name. The girl replied that her name was Ye Bei Bei. The master said that when he picked her up, she was wrapped in a boat, so she decided to take that name. But what is the guy's name? The guy answered that his name was Hikara Su, but maybe his name was just Hikaru. Bei asked in surprise, "Hikaru?" Su told her to go with him to Ning. Bei was surprised and asked him, "Is he going to take him back to Ning?" Su asked, "Is that where he comes from? How does she know?" Bei replied that of course she knows. All the masters of the southern borders kept telling her. Meng Shuzhou was the first master of Ning 100 years ago. Then he went to the Eastern Sea, and he came back already crazy and became a murderer. He was released just recently. Su asked if she knew why his body was so physically developed. He was so abrupt that he didn't even have time to ask. And it turns out it was true that Ning sent him to kill him. Bai replied that she didn't know. Her master believed that he had gained this form during his trip to the Eastern Sea. Su asked in surprise, "The Eastern Sea? Are there any secrets there?" Bei asked the guy if he wanted to know this secret and get the same powerful body. Su replied that of course, every man wants this. Bei asked him why? What's so special about it? Su replied that it had many advantages. When they had a heart-to-heart talk, she would know everything. But suddenly, someone shouted that they had found it. Turning around, they saw someone attacking them and shouting that the purple bamboo island weapon sensor had fallen into his hands. Let him die, Su thought in surprise. Purple bamboo island? Weapon sensor? Could this be the secret of why Meng Zhuzhou's physical body is so strong? Bei attacked back and told the guy that they were his enemies. Su told her that it was dangerous. Bei walked over them like a queen and cut 2 of them at once. She asked how they felt. Bei asked the guy why he was yelling. Su replied that he just wanted to give her a boost of energy. Su thought that he hadn't had time to react yet, and she had already taken everyone apart. Bei said that they were still weaklings, but when she would kill Su Chen, he could support her. Su told her that it was true, and he thought that after receiving Ning's secret technique, he was heading to their island. When she arrived in Ning Bay, she asked the guy that this was a collection of holy scriptures, right? But what was the guy doing here? Su replied that he just loved studying. He had no other hobbies except this. Let her help him. She can protect this building. And no one needs to enter. When he finished, he would show her where Su Chen was. Bei said that she understood everything, and let her learn. She will not let anyone in. Su smiled and replied, "What a cute girl." Su climbed into the building and saw the book and said that as expected, this place holds the secret techniques of the major realms. It seems that this is the final technique, and it's called Heavenly Kung Fu. And then the system jumped out and said that it congratulated the owner on receiving a new technique, Heavenly Kung Fu. Su was delighted and ordered the system to pump it to the maximum. The system came out again and notified him that the Heavenly Kung Fu progression to the origins of the heaven-turning technique. The full level is 1,500 levels. Su said that everything is ready. It remains to check whether what the ancestor said is true, pump up the heavens turn to the maximum. The system immediately said that the turning of the heavens had been pumped to the maximum. Su was delighted and said that in that case, he would cultivate it into a technique that had been forgotten for 2,000 years, and the world would see it again. And he used fusion. At this time, everything began to unite to the last one, and the energy was so strong that the light was visible from the other end of the world. Bei saw this bright light and wondered what he was studying there. Such a crazy sound. But suddenly she saw that a bolt from the blue appeared. At this time, In the kingdom of Shao, the leader went outside and saw that the sky was covered with heavenly thunder. He wondered if this was the beginning of a solid foundation on the southern border. On Mount Kang Man, the dragon was surprised and asked, "How could this happen? Did someone manage to do this?" He failed the task. But one of the leaders of the most powerful countries also saw this and said that this martial art method had finally appeared in the world. Bei said at this moment, he has no idea what Hikaru did there to get him the heavenly power of divine punishment, but he asked her to protect him. She must do it, even if the opponent is stronger than him. But suddenly she saw someone, and it seemed suspicious to her. Bei said that only over her dead body he would get to Hikaru. At this time, Su used the sacred collection scriptures inside. The system came out and said that it congratulated the owner on obtaining the god-level skill, 5 kills of heavenly punishment. The system said that the 5 heaven kills is a heavenly divine art created by the saints, which can kill humans, demons, gods, and all things after it is cultivated. Su raised his fist and said that it worked. He restored the heavenly punisher, and killing all things is truly powerful. This is a technique that is worthy of him, but since it is a god-level technique, he thinks that it will cost a lot to improve it. And suddenly he saw that he had just under 700,000 points, just enough to upgrade to level 1. And apparently he needs to find more points. 1 million is not enough. And he decided that he would raise to the first level. Perhaps to get to the fundamental stage, 1 would be enough. Su told the system to raise the 5 skills of the punishing sky by 1 level. The system was very happy and gave the order. The system immediately said that Master Su Chen spent 300,000 points to upgrade heavenly punishment to level 1. Su said that this is the power, and he feels it flowing in him. The kingdom of the foundation, let him accept it. The system responded that Su Chen's qualifications were insufficient. His blood power and talent potential were exhausted, and he was unable to break through to the realm. Su asked in surprise, "Is he not suitable?" The system began to laugh and replied that she was laughing until she fell, and to hug his talented young man, but the owner does not deserve it. Su got really angry and punched him, telling him to shut up and say that he didn't know he wasn't suitable. Apparently, he needed to improve his qualifications to get there. He remembers that bone marrow can improve skills. And suddenly he heard a girl outside shouting to someone. He was very surprised and thought that she was helping him with the thunderstorm. Bei climbed the building and screamed at the sky with her blade for him to appear. Thunder immediately began to flash like lightning. Bei smiled and said that was better. She went at her with her blade without fear, but at that moment she realized that she couldn't stop it. He grabbed her and said that he was very grateful to her. Bei was surprised and told the guy to be careful. This thunder is incredibly powerful. Su replied that she should not be afraid. He is nearby. Su used his powers against the thunder. And Bei was very surprised. The guy told the girl that he could help her, because this thunder could hurt her. Su took Bei into his hands and used the punishment of heaven, and went to fight thunder. Su believed in his own strength and easily destroyed this thunder. Bei was very surprised, and could not believe her eyes how he was able to defeat her. Su came down to the ground with her and said that was it. He asked the girl how she felt. Bei replied that there was a small wound on her hand, but it was nothing. All in all, everything was fine. Su told the girl that he owed her. Bei asked him to take her to the Dragon Kingdom to Su Chen as a token of gratitude. Su replied that he would of course take her without any hesitation. She protected him with her body. He was obliged to her. Bei was embarrassed and said no. He was still doing a great job for her, and she had helped him a little. Su replied that it wasn't much. If his health allowed, he would try to give her more back. And suddenly, Emperor Ningguo Ningchuan and his men came up to him and said that they welcomed Lord Su. Su closed Bei's mouth and said that this was a healing pill. Let her patch up the wounds first. He had something to discuss here. Bei asked the guy why he just stuck it in. She wasn't ready yet. Su walked up to the guy and asked, "Is he Emperor Ning?" Ning bowed and replied that it was him. Su threw Mei Shuzhou's body and asked if he was from his kingdom. Ning told Lord Su to spare him. He was not himself when he sent it to him. He was wrong. Let the Lord show mercy. Su said he would spare him, but first let him answer his question, and then he would think about what to do with him. For what reason did he go crazy? Ning replied that he knew. Mei Shuzhou was a general of the Ning Kingdom, but was sent by the previous ruler to the Purple Bamboo Island in the Eastern Sea to find a cure. After his return, he went crazy and became a murderer. Su asked, "Purple Bamboo Island? And these are the people from that island, is he right?" Ning replied that yes, it is them. They have the Purple Island patch. Su told the man to tell him everything he knew about the island. Ning replied that it was 10,000 kilometers away in the Eastern Sea. He did not know the details, and he only heard that there was a cultivator sect called the Cast Sword Pavilion on the Purple Bamboo Island. They were good at weapon improvements, and their master was above the heavenly level. He was incredibly strong. Su immediately thought about Ning's words about being above the level of heaven. He thought that it seemed to be the same as creating the foundation of Xuanshui Jiao. Ning said that it is said that in addition to the pavilion master, in the Sword Foundry Pavilion there are 7 experts at the peak of the heavenly realm, known as the 7 Sons of the Sword Foundry. Not only are they strong, but each of them is also an expert in weapon refinement. Su asked in surprise, "Master Weaponsmith? Could it be that Meng Shuzhou's flesh is so powerful and related to weapon refinement?" Ning replied that he doesn't know. All he knows is, Su knew that he had cultivated the heavenly punisher. But even if he went and challenged Xuanshui Jiao now, it would be hard to say whether he would win or not. And if his body becomes as strong as Meng Shuzhou's, his chances of winning will increase exponentially. It looks like he needs to go to that island. Su told the man that for answering honestly, he would pretend that there had been no assassination attempt on him. Take the civil and military officials and go to the Dragon Kingdom to beg his brother to surrender. Su asked the girl if she had recovered, since it was time for them to set off on a journey to the Eastern Sea. Bei was surprised and asked why she was going there. Didn't he say he would take her to Su Chen? Or was he taking back his words? Su said that if she wanted to fight Su Chen with her current strength, she would probably die. So he wanted her to become stronger. Bei asked in surprise, "Will he die? Su Chen is so strong? And the guy is stronger than him?" Su answered no. Su Chen is too strong. He is not worthy of even his shadow. Bei was surprised and asked how this could be. After all, Hikaru had defeated the Divine Thunder. If he couldn't, then she certainly couldn't. Su took her hand and told her to go. They would become stronger and then defeat him. Bei did not refuse and went with him. Bei thought at that moment that if it weren't for a kind person like Hikaru, she would have been dead a long time ago. On the way, Su told the girl that they had been flying for a long time and suggested that she stop on this island. Having descended to the island, Bei said that she was not tired and suggested flying to the bamboo island to become stronger. Su replied that she had healed the wounds. He was afraid that they would open up because they were straining themselves too much. Bei said that she had long since overcome this little injury, and even the most serious injuries will quickly heal on their own under the influence of her powerful method. Su decided to talk about self-regeneration and asked what technique could be so powerful. Bei was surprised and asked what he wanted her to do. Su replied that nothing. He was just wondering what technique she was practicing. Could she tell? Bei replied that the master told her that she was born with this technique. It was already in her head. She couldn't just tell others. And what's more, it's a different technique, and he won't be able to cultivate it even if she tells him how. Su said he understood everything. She was just afraid that he could overpower her. That's why she didn't tell him anything, right? Bei got angry and said, "No, that's nonsense." And it's called the immortality diagram. And the first level of the technique includes more than 30 meridians and more than 2,000 acupuncture points on the human body. An ordinary person simply cannot master it. Su said he wouldn't tell her again until she told him what to do. He was sure she was harm. He knew it sounded really hard, but she was an unusual person. He had a system. Bei replied that she was not lying, and now she would tell him and he would see for himself. And then she put her hand on his head. The system immediately told the boy that he was congratulating the master on mastering a new technique. Immortality. Diagram growth type skill. There is no limit as long as the host's strength is strong. This skill can grow into a god-level skill. Su was surprised and realized that this technique is a little interesting. There is no limit to its improvement. It can be pumped up infinitely, and he decided to improve it. The system said that to improve the immortality diagram, acupuncture points were required, 100,000 skill points per point. Sue asked in surprise, "Do you need 100,000 points?" He knew there were more than 2,000 of these points, which meant he needed 20 million points to get them. But he has less than 4 million points left, an outcast who can't get rid of his daughter-in-law. The method looks amazing. He's sure he won't regret it. He will leave 100,000 skill points for unforeseen circumstances. The rest will be poured into acupuncture points. And then the system jumped out and said that he congratulated the master on raising the level of life evolution, doubling the lifespan to 60 years, and receiving a reward of 10,000 skill points. Sue thought, what kind of challenging heavenly technique is this that actually has the ultimate power for life evolution? It doubles his lifespan, but unfortunately, his original lifespan was 30 years, but now it is 60. Bei asked the guy how he knew that she was not lying. Sue replied that it was difficult, but he had cultivated this technique. Fish gut sword. Bei was surprised and asked, "What?" Sue immediately ordered the sword to cut his hand and cut. Bei was surprised and asked him what he was doing. At that moment, his wound began to close back up and heal. Bei was very surprised and could not believe it. Bei asked him, did he cultivate this technique in the blink of an eye? Sue replied that he is a genius who is born once in a million years. There is not a single technique that he has not learned. Bei asked him how this was possible. You, teacher, said that this immortal and indestructible diagram runs along a very strange meridian. Not every person can successfully cultivate it. Sue asked, why does it seem to him that she calls him not a human? Can't she do that herself? Is he not a human anymore either? Bei replied that she had swum out of the sea. Her master had said that she had unusual meridians. Perhaps she was not quite human. Sue was surprised, because he didn't expect such a little girl to have such interesting roots. It seems that this bothers her a lot. Sue told the girl not to worry, she was a real person. There was no need to worry about that. Sue said that he believed that her parents were very strong, so she was born with unusual meridians. Bei asked in surprise, really? Sue replied that of course he had learned this technique, and he was sure that he was 100% human, so she was human too. Bei told the boy that she felt better. She always thought she was a demon, always afraid that evil would awaken in her. Sue thought about it and realized that in fact, it would be very appropriate. Bei asked him what he said. Sue replied that it was nothing. They had almost rested. They could continue their journey, and they took off immediately. On Bamboo Island, the purple commander was beating the workers and shouting at them to work faster. They won't get dinner tonight. But suddenly one of the servants fell down and could not move. He was weak and very old. The commander got angry and started shouting that he was an old blockhead. He shouldn't pretend. It was time to get up and work, or he would kill him. The old man replied that he couldn't move. The commander began to beat him and say that he was lazy and even talking. Apparently, only force could make him work. But suddenly the boy stood up for his defense and said that he shouldn't be his grandfather. He was very tired. Let them give him a rest. He would quickly rest. The commander said that they are lazy slaves. What rest do they have? They were born with one purpose, to work for them, until the end of their days. And who gave him permission to step away from work? Quickly, get to work, or he will kill him too, along with his grandfather. The boy replied that his grandfather was tired. Let him give him an hour, otherwise he would die of exhaustion. The commander asked him that he would not leave, and then if he wanted to rest, then let him enjoy the rest to the fullest. And he decided to beat up this boy too. But the boy was very scared and, closing his eyes, asked him not to do it. But unexpectedly Sue grabbed his hand at the last moment and did not let him beat the boy. The commander was surprised and asked, what? Sue said that the old man and the child wanted to rest, but he wanted to beat them to death. The commander asked him who he was. How dare he invade the purple bamboo island? And he felt that the guy had a terrifying aura. Sue replied that if the purple bamboo island was such a purgatory on earth, then he would become a god. The commander asked the boy if he was an enemy of Purple Bamboo Island, and he started screaming and asking for help. But Sue didn't play with him for long and hit him on the head with his hand, and said that they would start with him. Bei said that Hikaru managed to jump up to her and kill him, but she had to do it. And unfortunately, people can't come back from the world of the dead. Otherwise, she would have killed him again. Su picked up the old man and asked how he was feeling. The old man replied that he was fine and thanked the boy for saving them. The boy was also happy and thanked the guy for saving them, and he said that he was so strong he killed him with one blow. Su replied that it was nothing, and asked them how they belonged to this island. The old man replied that no, they were all taken by the Sword Foundry sect. Su asked how many people were captured here. The old man replied that the maximum number was more than 2,000 people. Some died of exhaustion, and some were killed. At the moment, there are less than 1,000 left here. Su was surprised and said that more than half were dead. This sect deserves to die. But the old man was afraid for his life and told him to run. After all, the high immortals from the Foundry Sword sect would soon arrive. He saved them and killed one of them. They wouldn't let him go so easily. Su asked, "Are they worthy of being called immortals? They are just a bunch of bastards who are not even worthy of being called human. Let them come as they are and save him the trouble of fighting them one by one." And suddenly someone came and asked who had the courage to break into his Sword Foundry sect. Su turned around and said, "It looks like they have already arrived." "No way! The 7 sons of the Sword Foundry are here." The old man told the boy to listen and run away before it was too late. Su told his grandfather not to worry. Everything was under control. Su told Bei that he was leaving them to her. The girl was delighted and replied that finally it was time to have some fun. It was her job to eradicate evil. Bei showed her aura and said that she would bring justice to destroy them. The old man saw this and said that this is Miss. She is terribly powerful. She can defeat them better than anyone. Bei decided to act and destroy each one after another. At that moment, one of the sons was lost and crushed. At the moment of falling, he asked how this was possible. Bei said they were a bunch of scum. The old man was surprised and said she was stronger than them all put together. Su counted to 6 and asked, "Were there only 6 of them? Wasn't there 7? Where was the other one left?" And then the boy appeared in front of Su and asked if he was looking for him. Su replied that this is where he was. He thought the boy was scared. The guy said that killing the 6 of them already says a lot about them. Let him say their names, and his name is Shu Qingfeng. Su told the boy that he could still pretend. He wondered if he would dare to take his blow. Feng used his shield and said that he was prepared for anything. He had completely mastered the heavenly realm. Plus, he personally created a middle-class weapon, the Golden Light Shield. Even the Foundation realm wouldn't be able to break through his defense with one blow. Su replied that it seemed like he wanted everyone to know how strong he was. In that case, let them prepare to receive. Feng was prepared for anything and told Su to act. Even if he hit him 10 times, no matter what, he would never break his defense. Su pounced on him with his fire attack and told Feng not to regret agreeing later. Facing Feng's defense, Su used even more power, and the boy was greatly surprised by this. Su passed completely through his defense and hit the guy who decided to show off. Feng asked, "How is this possible? It's too shameful." Su replied that it wasn't because he didn't hit him in the face. It was because he had taken an oath not to let others act so crazy in his presence. Bei asked Hikaru if he was so stupid as to let him hit him. Su replied that it was probably the master's order. Bei asked, "What is this master's task?" Su replied that he would teach her well when she had time. People began to say that the 7 sons of the sword were dead. Who were they? Why did they kill them so easily, since the 7 sons were immortal to them? The boy was also happy and said that they had saved them. Their torment had come to an end today. The old man replied that perhaps they would indeed be able to get out of this place alive. Su said that the 7 sons of the sword casting are dead. Does that mean that their leader should appear soon? Bei also replied that the leader is not afraid to come out, right? And suddenly someone from behind started saying that those who insulted his sword-casting pavilion would die. Su stepped aside and said, "What a terrifying sword intent." It seems that the leader of this gang is really a strong person who is at the Foundation realm. Bei looked and told the guy that he was over there, and she pointed her finger at the cult mansion. It was the Foundry Pavilion's swordmaster, Xiao Jian. Su told Bei that he was his. Let her go and save the people on the rest of the island. Bei asked him, can he handle it alone? He is at the Foundation creation stage. Su rushed up and replied that he just wanted to see how strong this cultivation stage is now. Jian asked the boy if he wanted to test him. How would he describe him better? A fool or a brave warrior? Su, at the moment of the fire attack, replied that he would decide soon. Jian said that he was an arrogant boy, let him accept his death, and released the barrier. Su immediately used the teleportation technique. Jian was very surprised and saw him in front of him and asked, "How?" But Jian used his defense again and said that it was bad. But Su did not stop. And at that moment, a big explosion occurred. Su stood up and said that, as he expected from a person in the Foundation creation realm, trying to kill in a few seconds is really unrealistic. Jin told the boy that he didn't think he was that fast. He caught him off guard, but it was too naive to try to kill him in a few seconds. This shield was his father's creation, a top-level steel shield made from the spiritual pole. Even a person at the Foundation level would not be able to penetrate it, much less him. But suddenly Jian's defense cracked and collapsed. Su said that yes, he couldn't break through this defense, so he just broke his shield. Jen replied that this shield was impossible to break, even his father couldn't break it, and he was at the 3rd level of the Foundation. How did he do it? He was only at the heavenly realm? Who the hell is he? Su asked. Does he want to know who he is? Let him listen then. He is his grandfather. Can his grandson hear him? Jin pulled out his blade in anger and told the boy not to touch his grandfather, and he would pay for it. Jian immediately rushed to attack the boy with his blade. Su smiled at this and asked, "Is this really all the power of the Foundation realm? Let the old man show what he can do." Su punched his attack with his fist and abruptly retracted, saying that it was indeed powerful. The middle heavenly realm was estimated to be directly overloaded, not to mention blocked. Jin told the boy that he was gold. Being at this level, he was able to parry his attack. But the heavenly realm had not changed at all. He had already been injured by one blow. How many more times could he block his father's sword? Su told him not to worry, he was in perfect health. Jian immediately fired several sword strikes into the distance and turned them into a blade, telling the guy to die. Su said that since he learns to punish the heavens, he is destined to go against the heavens. Killing him to create a foundation is his first step to rebelling against the heavens, and he shouted loudly to the old man to attack already. But suddenly, Hebei saw another sky and was afraid for Hikaru. Jian said that these 3 strikes were very powerful. Even a person with a cultivation level like his father would not be able to withstand them. This kid should have all his bones broken by now. He told the boy that dying from a man like him was better than what could await him in this life. Su replied that he would ask, "Is this the transition of his sword foundry pavilion?" Jian was surprised and asked what he was talking about. Su replied that he just hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary yet. Bei saw Hikaru and said he scared her. The boy also shouted at his grandfather to watch. Their savior is in perfect health. Jian asked the boy how he survived. Su asked him if he was blind. How could he say he was fine when he had such scratches? Su understood that if it weren't for Ye Bei's immortality diagram and recovery ability, he was afraid that he would have been seriously injured by these 3 swords. Jian was thinking at that moment, where did this guy come from? And suddenly he flew away because he can't fight against him. Otherwise he will lose the battle. Su asked him where he was running and decided to use teleportation, and in a moment appeared in front of him saying that he wanted to run away after everything he said. Jian was surprised and said that it was this technique again. Su attacked and said that he didn't even feel the juice of the battle. Jian realized that he couldn't throw the guy away so easily and pulled out his sword to defend himself. But Su did not stop and launched a strong attack. Jian said that the cultivation of the heavenly realm brat can be powerful. He can fight with an opponent like him. He admits that he is a genius. However, he couldn't defeat him even with such strength. If they continued fighting, they would both fall. He wouldn't pursue him for invading Purple Bamboo Island. Su said the old man wouldn't chase him. But he will? He stole more than 2,000 people, right? And thousands of lives were destroyed. Isn't this his doing? Su asked Jian this and dealt his blows. And looking at this, the old man thinks that he will stop this fight? But suddenly, Jian's sword broke unexpectedly at the moment of defense. Jian was surprised and said that his best sword was destroyed. Su replied that the best spiritual weapon is better than the best. It took 4 strikes, the next strike will crush it. Jian decided to act differently and told the guy that he was not so weak. Let him not think that he caught him by surprise. Su immediately aimed his attack at him, and at the moment of impact, he collided with his hand and crushed his bone. Jian was surprised at his broken arm and asked, "How is this possible?" His arm was made of iron purified from blood. How did he break it? Su said that cultivators like him who rely on items are worthless. And those who are strong in themselves, even if they are suicide bombers, they can stand up to the gods. Jian told him to spare him, let him atone for his sins. Su stabbed him with his hands and said that only a chance of death, and so that he could go and atone for the sins of those he killed, maybe they would give him a second chance. Jian was completely covered in blood and said as he left that he didn't believe he died like that. The old man said they had won. Grandpa, their savior, had prevailed. He knew it would all end like this. Su told all the slaves that from that day on, they were free. People started to rejoice and shout that their brother had saved them. After 5 years, they could finally return home. Su told people that they didn't deserve such thanks. But suddenly he felt sick and spent too much energy. He immediately passed out and started falling. People saw their hero falling and were afraid for him. Bei shouted for Hikaru and jumped after him to save his life. After catching the guy, she asked him if he was okay. Bei asked the guy where he was hurt. Su replied that he was fine. He just overdid it a little. Su told her to let him go. He never thought that he would be held in the arms of a girl. Bei was surprised and asked what was wrong with him. Su replied that as a man, until all his strength was exhausted, he had to be in good shape. That was his principle. Bei told the boy that maybe he really was a very good person. Su calmed down and replied that she would thank him later. She didn't kill all those sons, right? He needed to ask them something. Bai ran away and said that she would bring it now. She immediately threw it in front of Hikaru's feet and told him to ask. The boy began to beg Su to spare him. Su said that whether he died or not depended on him. Su asked the boy if he knew this man. The boy replied that he was a weapon vessel from their sword-casting pavilion. Su asked what this meant. Why did he go crazy? The guy replied that the so-called weapon vessel is the use of a special liquid spiritual ore, which is injected into the cultivator's body, using their blood and flesh bones as a container to cultivate the spiritual ore. The spiritual ore will absorb chi and blood to grow, and when it is removed after maturing, it will turn into blood-refining fine iron that can be used to cast Yop-grade spiritual weapons. Bei was surprised and asked that they used living people to cultivate spiritual ore. Su said that it was cruel of them. The guy said that it was not his fault. It was all because of his master. It was all his fault. He was just a little bug. He had no part in these things. Su said that this means that he also doesn't know how to restore the tripod, right? The guy answered that honestly, he doesn't know. Su showed his strength and said that then he is useless, and hit him on the head with his hand. Su told Bei to mobilize all the workers to search the Purple Island inside and outside. He would not allow anyone from the sword-casting pavilion to escape, and if he finds it, let him kill it without a twinge of conscience. Bei replied that she agreed. Let him leave it to her. She would eradicate this inhuman clan. Bei watched everything and said, "Everyone, come on board the ship. Don't push, there's plenty of room, enough for everyone." People were happy, and said that finally, it was time for everyone to leave this horrible place. 3 whole years had passed, now they were going home. But suddenly Bei saw the enemy and ran after him. The guy screamed at her not to kill him. He was forced to join them. He is innocent. Bei said that everyone in this pavilion was guilty, and told the guy to die, and pierced the blade into his chest. Su said that there were still a lot of fish in the net in this sword pavilion. It seems that Bei will be busy for a while, and in that case, he would use this time to let Meng Shujo recover. He immediately touched the guy and used the divine pattern technique. And then he thought that according to the cultivation method of the blood-purifying iron in Shaojian's storage ring, once the cleansing blood parasitizes the flesh and blood, it will be difficult to separate it. And if it is forcibly separated, the pot with the instrument will be injured or even die. In Meng's case, it is estimated that the entire person is blood-purifying iron. Trying to remove all the blood-purifying iron from this body is almost impossible. A little carelessness and he will definitely die. But the good thing is that he doesn't need to extract all the blood-refining essence iron from his body. He just protects his brain with the divine pattern technique, and then extracts the blood-refining essence iron from his brain, and he will regain his sanity. And in this way, his strength and strong body can also be preserved, and can serve as a qualified human shield in the future. Su said that it was okay. His technique would protect his brain and consciousness. Then the blood-refining iron, let it come out of his body. Su managed to get it out of his body and said that this was it. He decided that he would melt it into a fish-gut sword and see what would happen. The guy came to his senses and asked where he was. Su was surprised and asked him if he was awake yet. Su asked Meng if he could hear him. The guy started looking around and asked, "Where is he? And who is this guy?" Su said that it seemed to have worked out. He introduced himself by saying that he was from the Dragon Kingdom and that they were now on the Purple Bamboo Island and were going to return to the southern borders. Man was surprised and asked, "What is he doing on this island again? And things are bad. He needs to run quickly, otherwise they will take him away." Su replied that everyone who could take him was already dead, so he shouldn't run like that. Meng was surprised and asked, "Dead?" Meng asked how this was possible. He was in the Foundation realm, and the guy was only at the top of the Heavenly realm. Su replied that he wouldn't have been able to bring him back to his senses if he hadn't killed him. Mac told the guy that he really killed Xiaojian. Su used his powers and showed him his dead body. Su said that he was like a speck of dust to him. Soon the entire southern border would be in his hands. And Meng is very strong. Wouldn't he like to join him and take over the south? Meng replied that even if Xiaojian couldn't stop him, there was no one in the south who could compare to him. In his mind, he knew that he didn't know this guy. What if he wanted to use him the same way he used Xiaojian? The people shouted to the savior and said that they were all on BRTU. Let him come to them. Meng was surprised and asked, "What?" The people shouted at the liberator to come in. They made him tea, and for him to let them massage his shoulders. Meng asked the boy, "Did he save them all?" Su replied that it was true, and Meng introduced himself and said that he would serve him until his death. Su smiled and asked, "So suddenly?" Meng replied that firstly, he saved him, secondly, he saved these mortals, which means he wants to seize the southern border for the good cause. And he is a kind and generous man. It is an honor to serve him. Su was surprised and told the general to stand up. But Meng replied that from now on his life is in his hands. Bei came and addressed the guy. Su saw her and said that it looks like she did everything. Great job. The girl replied that it was easy. She didn't even spend 10% of his strength. Bei asked Meng, "Is he awake?" The guy replied that fortunately, Lord Su saved him. The guy asked Su, "Who is this girl?" Su replied that he could call her lady. Meng immediately introduced himself and addressed her as Madam. Bei hit Su and asked who his wife was. Su told the girl that this was to build up her authority. He was a lord, and she was a lady. Otherwise, when she was called, she looked somehow not very good. Bei said there was something to it, but she felt like she was taking advantage of it. Su said no, it wasn't. Su said that it was enough to chatter. She and the general should get on board. Bei asked the guy, "Where is he going?" Su replied that he had something to do. People asked, "Why is the savior not on board? What is he going to do?" Su said that this island is small, but it brought them terrible memories. He doesn't want them to go outside and be haunted by this nightmare, so today he will eradicate the root cause of this nightmare for them. People were surprised to ask what the hell was going on. Su immediately sent his fire attack into the house with his speed. Su set everything on fire and said that from now on, there would be no more Purple Island in the Eastern Sea. People started screaming that the Purple Bamboo Island was gone. This was their savior. He had wiped this damned place off the face of the earth. Bei was saying non-stop that Hikaru was so cool, handsome, and hot. Meng replied that power and strength. He was with the right person. Su went down to the deck and said that it was time to swim out. The people were happy and shouted that they were sailing home. A few hours later, the people saw land and said that the shore was on the horizon. 5 years later, they returned. Meng asked the Lord, "Ning is in front, right?" Su replied that yes, it is his home kingdom. But King Ning lost to him. The old Ning will be no more. Meng turned to him and said he had a request. Su asked if he wanted to intercede for King Ning. He needed to know that he had used him, but sent him for his head. But he decided to spare him. Meng replied that no, he would not protect him. He just wanted to go back to his homeland first. After all, he had been out of his mind for so long. And now he is healthy, and wants to see if his friends and relatives are still alive. Su replied that it is normal. He has 1 month for everything. After that, let him come to the Dragon Kingdom and find him, and let him help these mortals and make sure they live without suffering. Meng said he wouldn't let him down. Su asked Bei if she had any plans. The girl replied that of course he would go to the Dragon Kingdom to get Su Chen's head. Meng was surprised and asked, Su Chen's head? Bei told Hikaru to hurry up and take her there. They were already late. Su actually thought that this little girl had already forgotten about wanting to kill him. Meng said to Milord, She doesn't know? Su replied to let him say it. Su asked Bei why her master wanted to kill Su Chen. Did Su Chen offend him somehow? Bei replied that her master was very offended by him. He destroyed her master's place. And it seemed like Emperor Zhao had asked her master to kill Su Chen, and her master owed him, so he agreed. And then the guy understood everything perfectly. Su asked, if she couldn't kill him, what would she do? He knew in his head that Zhao Rongying wanted to kill him, which meant he was already against him. Bi replied that she hadn't thought about it. She thought she could handle it after all these events. If Su Chen wasn't on his level, she thought she could beat him. Su knew he couldn't keep her in this delusion any longer, and said that, to be honest, his real name was Su Chen, the one she intended to kill. Bai was surprised and asked him, Is he Su Chen? Is he joking? The guy replied, No, it's true. Bei told Hikaru that he was like that. Su apologized for lying to her all this time. He understands that she hates him now. He even let her hit him a couple of times. But Bei said something else, that Hikaru was so kind. Su was surprised and asked what kind meant. She wasn't angry with him? He had deceived her. Bei replied that no, he didn't lie to her. He was protecting her. She was going to kill him. If he hadn't lied to her, she would have definitely tried. But he was so strong, she would have definitely lost. He lied to her for her own good. Then Bei told Su that she had something to tell him. Why would he want to take over the young boarder? He could just relax and have fun in his palace. Su replied that no, it would be harmful for him to stay like this for a long time. Bei asked, How so? He has a lot of money. He can spend it on whatever he wants. He can do whatever his heart desires. Su replied that she did not understand the hard work of men. Did she really want to live like that? Sooner or later he would leave the southern border, and if so, why shouldn't she become the first empress of the south? Bei replied that it would be wrong. After all, it was he who had freed the border, and she would never surpass him in strength. She would only cause problems. Su said that if she did not want to be empress, then he could offer another option to make her dream come true. Bei became curious and asked what option, and he suggested that she become his princess. Bei asked in surprise what, and then they came to the Dragon Kingdom of Hongshu Palace. Su told the girl to wait here for a while. He wanted to give his mother a surprise. The girl said she agreed. Su thought that her mother said that he came without his daughter-in-law last time. Now they will see what she says this time. Opening the door, he shouted to his mother that he was home. Bei was surprised that it happened so quickly. She couldn't believe that she would already be meeting his parents. And when he asked her that question, why did she agree so quickly? But he is so handsome, strong, and has better qualities of a person. She likes him very much, and she wants to marry him. And then she heard someone shouting that they heard Su Chen was back. At that moment, she saw several girls gathered. Su asked where her mother was. Her beloved child had returned. But then he was asked that if he had returned, then why was he making so much noise? Mother immediately appeared and asked him if he still wanted to try her dish. Su replied that yes, he wanted to try it today. The mother told her son that if he wanted to, he should make it himself. A man who cannot bring a bride into the house is not worthy of her dish. Su told his mother to be kind to him because he did not come alone today. His mother asked if he had found someone. Su replied that yes, he had found a bride, and he shouted to Bei to come here and meet his mother. The mother couldn't believe it and asked if it was true. And then Su saw her face and asked if she was surprised. Su said that they would eat roast pork with her today. The mother asked her son if he was sure he could handle it. Su asked, What's so hard about eating food? He promises to eat everything. Mother replied, No, she wasn't talking about food. She just pointed her finger here. Su said that mother about Bei. Yes, She is strong, but he is also experienced in fighting, so there is no need to worry so much. And then she felt that all her ladies had come. The girls said in unison that they welcomed the master, and welcomed Empress Hua. Su was surprised and thought, "What are they all doing here? This is the end. There will be no meat today." The mother asked her son what was going on. Su replied that he had no idea. He asked Bei why she had called them all. Bai replied that she didn't invite anyone, they came themselves. Yanran told Su to tell her that he would marry her, and she and her sister are not worthy of him. Let her not forget, she is the first. Qing also turned to the master and said, "Doesn't he like sleeping with her?" Su replied that he hasn't forgotten about her either. Yao also joined the conversation and asked if it smelled like premature personal service. Su replied that no, everything was fine. Ning also decided to speak up and said that she could take any form he liked. Su asked in a surprised voice, "Really?" Lin asked the master right away, "Doesn't he want to get rid of her poison?" Su replied that he really wants to. The mother immediately realized that all these girls were in love with him. Will he have 6 wives at once? Su told the girls that there were so many of them. He was no longer young, he did not have enough strength. And then the mother said that she was going to go crazy. She was worried that he was without a daughter-in-law and he had attracted so many girls. Su told his mother to listen to him. His mother replied that she was not going to listen to him. He, as a man, should be responsible for his actions. Mother said that he had cheated on them all, so let him apologize to them himself. Su asked his mother if she didn't want him to marry them all at once. Did she think about her son's health? The mother replied that she hadn't seen what he thought of them. She had said it all, if he didn't satisfy everyone, then he was no longer her son. Mother was strong at that moment, and understood in her head that she needed them all. Su asked his mother that she was so ready to leave him. Yanran told Su to hurry up and make a decision. Who will be her princess? But suddenly, someone unexpectedly attacked them, and Su sensed it and stood up to protect the girls. Su protected the girls and went to fight, wondering who could attack them in his own kingdom. Yao told the master that it was Xuanshui Zhao. Su smiled and told the dragon that he was just about to find him. He thanked Zhao for helping him. Now he wouldn't have to go to Mount Kangman. Now he would kill him, and no one would bother him on the southern border anymore. Zhao was very angry at his words and attacked with his energy. But Su was not afraid, and said that now he would see what he, the founder of the foundation, the demonic beast, was capable of.